Hey there. It's stream 262. Let me check to see if I got the stream options today. I do. Yay. Cool. I don't have to restart the stream or do anything funny, like change the ingest server or anything like that, which I still don't know how to do. All right, I didn't have really a great plan today, so I figure when I don't have a great plan of what I want to do, I'm going to do refactoring because I need to do more of that. I'm going to be cleaning up code, trying to make it more readable, that kind of thing. So there's really not, I don't really need to write much of a plan here, but I do want to at least stick to my tradition of making a plan page and then link to it. So let me get this set up and go here. Getting a link to it. Log. This would be more snappy. Oh, I got the date wrong. It's not the 5th. It's the 7th. Fixed. Copy link to this page. Tiny URL. Paste. Make tiny. Copy to clipboard. Close the old one. Paste the new one. Make sure it works. The date is good. Okay, good. Good. So putting that back into the notebook. And then a couple more places. I put it into the today command. Refactoring the server code for his game. Hey there, Nui. Changed the schedule at the last minute. It said 2,000 hours, and you check now it says 1,900 hours. No, I changed that like an hour ago? Half an hour ago? I changed that as soon as I got back from dropping off kids at school. I realized, oh, I guess I can start at my, for me, 10 o'clock, I guess for you, 1900. So I don't know why it didn't update in the stream panel, but yeah, I mean, why it took until the last minute to update, I don't know. Okay, let's go ahead and start this guy, and then let me put it in here. See, but I saw you say hi before I started, so maybe you're guessing that I would come on, and in which case you're correct in your guess. All right, stream plan for today. Today I have no special plans, so that means I'm going to do some refactoring. I figure if I don't like the refactoring, that will encourage me to come up with a real plan. Because the punishment, the default will be got to do refactoring. Takes a while to update. Your Twitch must be messed up because you're able to join now, but still doesn't show me online. Yeah, that takes what, like maybe 5 minutes or something like that to update. It takes a while. I wonder if they do polling themselves instead of doing the pub sub, which would, I think, give you instantaneous notice that it went online. I know for me in the dashboard it goes online within a few seconds. So anyway, I haven't started up the local test environments. Let me do that. Hey there, Squared. Like this. I should also say hi to Failed Reality. How you doing? I got too many windows. Maybe I need like a bigger desk and a third monitor or something. NVM start. Left sidebar is cached, only refreshes every 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah. I guess because of the sheer volume when they're saving on bandwidth or something. I suppose. Although how hard would it be to make like a RSS kind of a thing, a subscription system. I don't know. Maybe I should design one, huh? Same with push notifications Twitch sends. That's possible because of the extra machinery needed for the push notifications. I thought RSS was subscription model, but maybe you're right. I would have to research it to find out. You perhaps know more than I do. All right, I'm waiting for this to come up. All right. Actually, while I'm waiting for stuff to come up, let me go into something I want to. Let's pick something to refactor. By default, I think I'm going to hit the unit tests because those are the most egregious. How about the ECS tests, the rendering tests, right? I had hit this one before. Now it's down to 3,800 lines. It was 5,000 plus before. If I can get it down even further, that would be nice. Hey there, Spheres. How are you doing? I'm refactoring today, so I'm trying to cut down the redundancy and the complexity in my server code. And right now I'm looking at the test framework for the rendering system, and there's a lot of repetition and stuff, so I'd maybe like to cut that down a bit. Although there's like variation here, so it's tough. Because like the depth can change and the X and Y are always different. So I could like replace this with a function call, but it would be a function that takes like 5 or 6 different parameters anyway. So I don't know. Don't know about this. What if I look at something else like the executor? There's something in here I think I wanted to. Oh, was it this stuff? I think it was this stuff. Like, why am I like this all to create a test user? I think I can collapse it a bit. 5 is already literally a handful. Yeah. So create standard tile set with some common things like walls. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I just don't feel like it right now. That's not a good excuse. I should just do it anyway. Yeah, because I have these helpers to make these different kinds of tile sets, but maybe I really just need one. Like, what's different between that and that? There's an extra one for a window, but I already... Wait a minute. I put it in both? There's no difference then. Okay, well. Let's get a baseline, make sure all the tests are passing, and then if there any are failing, let me fix them before I start changing things. And by the way, hello there, Tesla RX. How are you doing? Okay. What am I doing? I'm running this guy. Here we go. This takes about a minute and a half. I suppose I can start looking and thinking while it's running. I think you're right. I'm going to follow what A Squared is suggesting and collapse the tile set creation with one tile set instead of having 3 of these helpers. What's this old tile set? Oh, do I just want to remove all that old code? Oh, that's another thing I can work on today. Yeah, actually, I kind of want to do this. There's old code. Remove, because we have already removed the concept of the default and logged out zone, so they don't exist anymore, but they're still supporting code everywhere. Remove any code that supports or tests the default or logged out zones. Can you add a tile set after making it? Yeah. If so, a base tile set making thing would be more useful. Yeah, I agree. We can do that. What else can I knock down here? Maybe combine creating a admin camera with a non-admin camera. Be more consistent about the client numbering. Well, good news is all our tests passed. Look at that. Woohoo! All green lights. Okay, let me do the tileset stuff. Is this, if that radius is always the same, I can code it, bake it in. 1, 1. Oh, it's not always the same. Is there any reason why they should not be the same? I think so. Some of these, it needs to light further, and this one lights closer. If I could get it to the same number, though, that would be convenient. Yeah, what if I can make them all... Wait a minute, these are 1, though. Oh, that was 1 to make the light map small. Okay, well, okay, I'll leave the radius in there. Let's call this one test tile set. I guess, you know, we could default the radius to 3. What's the difference here? This one had the order wrong. Hold on, let me undo. Let me go through and... What if I deprecate this one and have everything use this one first? So let's look for that. There's a lot of them. Shoot. 27 of them. The difference, I guess we're just adding 1. No, we're not adding 1. The visibility 0 tile is 3 instead of 1, and the blocking tile is 2. Actually, that one's the same. So any 1 becomes a 3. And this one didn't have a version. Let's add the version. Thank you for that follow. I actually didn't see who that was. Tile. So that goes here. Everything else the same? I think so, yeah. So thank you for that follow again. Let's default that. But the objective will be to replace this calls to that with calls to that. And we'll have to swap any references to tile 1 with 3. Okay, here we go. So tile 1. That's a 2. There's a 3. There we go. 1 down. So you saw the streamer that was using some amazing piece of software of some kind that made an animated avatar on screen? You mean stream avatars? That thing? The emotion... Oh. The camera, the face detection. Yeah. Was that face rig or something like that? Yeah, I know it's out there being used, but I haven't really looked into it. Wait a minute, did I? I think I accidentally removed one. Yeah, I did. The ground should be 3. Cool. Look like the face and applied emotion to the avatar. Yeah, yep. It's facial recognition, and it's like built in to some devices now, right? If you have like an advanced smartphone, right? When you take a picture, it can at least detect the faces to focus on them. And it also sends your profile to the... No, just kidding. Augmented reality? Augmented reality is supported by that technology, like facial recognition, because augmented reality takes the information from things like facial recognition and then like adds onto it. Oh, do you mean like the what the streamer was using? Yeah. So what streamers are using, where like they animate stuff based off of what their actual face is doing? I would call that augmented reality in a sense. It's a form of augmented reality, right? Replace their face with something false, but the cues are taken from the real face. Yeah. Rigged yeah, but if it's taking cues from the face, then it's kind of both, right? It's rigging and it's also some augmented reality. But when I think of augmented reality, usually it's adding something into the scene that wasn't there before. It's still based on cues because like you have to have it pinned down by reference points. Who knows? Words can be fluid and interpreted different ways. Ground tile is now 3, right? And then next, ground tile. Is the tile after the tile set? It is. So that's a 3. Tile is 3. I was just thinking, how do I get rid of these hard-coded 3s? I could start making constants, or I could refactor it down to where the constants are fewer in number and then replace it with a named constant. That's what was going on in my mind there. 3. 22 to go. 21. $20. A lot of these are similar, aren't they? Wait a minute, hold on. What's this test? Oh, not invisible tile. Right. Ambient light. Got it. Ground monsters 3, sure, whatever. I don't know why I call it monster. Yes, not visible. Does not appear. 3. Down to eye motion and small adjustments of the eyebrows and neck. Yeah. So that's what facial recognition does. Is it looks for cues or reference points, and then it makes measurements, and it compares those measurements with stuff in a database. So like, it recognizes your face because the measurements are close enough within some acceptable range. So it only works as if it detects those reference points, and then it can make those measurements and compare. But then someone at some point said, "Hey, we have the camera collecting, the image, and the code that's taking the image and processing it is already searching for and finding these reference points and making these measurements. We have those reference points, like where the eyebrows are. We could attach horns to someone's head just by, giving the reference points to some other piece of code that draws horns above the reference points." Right? Something like that. So I don't think it was that much of a stretch once they had facial recognition stuff going to say, hey, well, we can change that face now that we've recognized it. Do you need to create a ground line in the invisible tile stuff? It looked like it never checked against tile 3. I might have missed something, but the test framework will tell me. I don't think I need to change anything other than all the 1s to 3s. But I could be wrong. I make mistakes often. Ground becomes 3. I haven't gotten to any tests where we have a light actually showing up in the rendering. Okay, all of these are 3s, right? Like that. 3. 3 and 3. 3 and 3. 13 left. Still mind-blowing for you? You mean the augmented facial stuff? Yeah. Thinking the const auto ground line was redundant. It appeared to be unused, and tile 3 never checked in that last... It could be. You probably caught something. If any test fails, and I'll probably end up giving you a point because you saw it and I didn't. I'm not too concerned about missing something now because the unit test will probably catch it. Oh, wait a minute. What are we doing here? Oh, we're just changing its direction. Okay, got it. I'm actually glad I wrote this comment because I can see at a glance what we're doing and not have to rely on this long name. I think that I'm going to make that the new what am I calling it? Style guideline for myself that tests even if the name is short enough. I think I still want to have a comment saying like in English what we're doing. That way I don't have to try to look at this long name and try to decipher what the heck's going on. I can just read that. Not much nicer. Especially with these rendering tests where like spatial arrangement is important. You don't think it would fail? Just its extra code? Oh, I see. So there was extra code in there. Yeah, we'll do a pass for that. I'm kind of looking for the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. So the ones that will be a huge gain. And also the things that really annoy me, like having multiple create test tile set functions was annoying to me. Okay, the light is a 1. Yeah, I think we're getting to where we're including lights in the tests. Okay, this tile, it should be 3, because we don't want it to cast light, right? 3. 3. 3 more. I can do it. Almost there. Three. One more. When you're looking at, oh, thank you. If you got the name, I'll go look at it. Hold on a second. Because now I'm determined to make it through to the end. Okay. You said I cannot see tile, this one, right? All right. So, and you said the ground, create ground. Well, we need that because we want to make sure it doesn't show up in the list of sprites because it's out of range of the ambient light, right? If I didn't have that, then even if we could see beyond the ambient light, we wouldn't know that the test failed. Yeah. So that one we do need. I mean, I guess I never use it, so I don't need the variable. I guess I felt like I wanted the variable to remind myself that... Yeah, but I don't to remind myself that there's a piece of ground. So in my mind, it's like there's a piece of ground over there, but we can't see it but it doesn't matter if it's ground or not. First build of the day is going to be a long one. Yeah, testing against it. Yeah. Yep. But thank you anyway. I'll give you a point anyway for having me double check that. 32 points. Oh, by the way, I noticed this. Wait a minute. Why does it say 0? That's not right. I noticed in game that Nui had 100 points. For some reason, though, the chatbot doesn't agree. That's weird. Hold on, let me blank this for a second. Yeah, it says Nui has 100 points. Actually, I don't have to blank this anymore. Nui has 100 points. How come the chatbot says 0, though? Oh, it might be because the last login was 2 months ago, and the link is broken. But anyway, I wanted to say grats to Nui for reaching triple-digit points in the stream. I saw that the other day. I'm like, oh wow, 100 points. Maybe I'll have the first thing you can redeem be 100 points. So right now, Nui's the only one who could actually get it. That might be kind of fun. I'll probably end up doing that. Whenever I add something redeemable, I'll set it up so like only the top person or top 3 or 4 people could actually afford it at the time, and then that would be that'd be the special reward for collecting so many stream points. All right. Anyway, we just changed these rendering tests, so let's run those again. Oh, I did break something. Just one of them though. That's not bad. Only broke one of them. Here we go. Forgot. I missed that one, I guess. Only one mistake? Cool. All right, so now I can get rid of the other helper, right? Create test tile sets not used anywhere. I'm gonna eventually get rid of the with light thing. So this one should be able to use the other one exactly because there's no other differences, right? So I should be able to just say replace that with that. Do it. Build and test again. Yeah, I know, 100 points. Isn't that cool? Too bad that the chatbot is broken and doesn't see them. Oh, I can't declare it twice, can I? That would be bad. So let's delete this one. Okay, cool. And then I can abbreviate the name now. Just create test tile set. And all the places that we do it, we call 3. Don't need to say 3 anymore. What? Oh. We still need to have the parentheses. Yeah. My bad. All right. Can I get the admin camera and create camera and zone all collapsed together? If I don't care about testing default zone stuff anymore, I can update tests so that we don't do that anymore. Maybe default the zone to be some number we don't care about. Okay, where is this used? Okay, we need to be explicit about the zone there. Okay, so I can't just default it. All right. How often do I do the client ID? It's almost always 15. What if we move the client ID to the end and then default it? So yeah, let's do, well, how complicated is that gonna be? Wonder if I could do it with a regular expression. Actually, I think I can because I can just make that equal 15 and then I can say replace that 15 comma with just that. And then we got to go through all the other, a lot of the other ones and manually do it. Actually, hold on, let's undo that. Let's include the space character too. And then I'll go through that. And I'm looking for the ones that, yeah, like this one. Let's make these ones explicit, because these are supposed to be 3 different clients, right? put them at the end. And then there are a couple that had the 16 in them. Right, so this we should make explicit. Actually, I wonder if I should just replace 15 and 16 with constants. Maybe, in a minute. Do it with the magic of search replace in a minute. Make sure I didn't break anything there. Don't think I did. Cool. Kind of sometimes refactoring seems like a dance, like or a Tetris game where you're getting things into position, and now that I have the 15 in position, I can maybe replace it with a constant. Okay. Enjoy your class, A squared. Okay. I suppose we can just put the constants out here, right? So const expr int something like this. Say these are I don't want to use the word client. These are identifiers for connections, for player connections into the game, used in this test framework. There we go. Blank namespace is allowed? Yeah, it's called an anonymous namespace. C++ anonymous namespace. Would this... I guess, okay, there's a reference to it in CPP reference. I don't know. Looking for a really cool explanation of it. There we go. Okay, it's not a very cool one. Anyway, I can do a cooler one than that. What this ends up doing with the compiler is it just auto-generates some name that's valid. And you'll see that if you have errors at link time or runtime, but it hides the name, and it gives you the additional benefit that because the name is just like randomly created, it's by default searched for when you have bare words. So like if I say that, if I had named it something like ABC, then I would have to put ABC down here, right? But making it anonymous has the twofold benefit of it. You don't have to give it a name because let's say you don't care, you don't want to have a name, and you don't have to. The other benefit is you don't have to say it down here. But it works otherwise, just like any kind of normal namespace. It does not collide with other namespaces, and every time you have an anonymous namespace, it's a different name. So if I have another one down here, I could have more stuff in here. And actually, I wonder if does this work? This might work, but then become ambiguous. I've never actually tried that. I bet it'll say it's ambiguous. Yeah, well, actually, it might be that if you say it twice, it uses the same random name. But if I had it in a different CPP file, I could have this in another CPP file, like over here, and it will still link and not clash even if I have a different number in there, because each CPP file has its own randomly generated separate anonymous namespace. So it's effectively like variables that are even though they're global, they're kind of they're restricted to this CPP file. So they're semi-local. They're still global variables. They're still like if you gave them, if they weren't constants, they would just be like global variables, but they would be inaccessible outside of the CVV file. Hey there, Romania hate. How are you doing? So I know that was a long-winded explanation, but I felt like I needed to because the search results I found didn't impress me. Yeah, you have to go anyway. Yeah, sorry. All right. I didn't actually want to delete that. I wanted to delete it from the other place, which I did. Okay, good. So that was, I forgot what that was. Actually, I could click here to see what it was. It was 0. Okay. Right, so everywhere we have comma 15, right? Within this file. Except for that one. See, here's where it's cool. You can like say, well, I don't want to include those ones. Like I can remove all these ones, right? Oops, I hit X on a few that I didn't mean to hit. Cool, like all of these, I can change into comma client 1. Yes, and then we search for them again because I missed a few, right? This one, and just say client 1. And then let's build again to make sure I didn't break anything. Just arrived home, long day. Oh, well, congratulations, Romania. You've made it to the end of Monday. It can only go up from here, right? Okay, cool. Now I haven't broken anything. Now let's do the same thing with 16. I don't think there's going to be very many. Well, there's still some, right? What's that one? That's just a coincidence. Cool. So I can replace that with 2. And the 17 with, okay, there's only one place. With that, with a 3, yes. There we go. Done. So now I have nice constants. Without breaking anything. Nice. Okay. I wonder if I can get rid of that zone and just have a default zone. How often do I do this? I don't want a regular expression. What's it doing? Thank you for that follow, by the way. Why does it say that that's a regular expression? I didn't click that. Come on. I don't mean that. Shouldn't. Okay. What if I put it in here? Nope. Fighting with my editor. But consider using an enum class for storing typing of different int identifiers. Well, the type here isn't really important. I think they're all ints. Mostly I just want to get rid of the magic, the fact that there were magic numbers before and give them a symbolic name so that when we see it in the code, we'll have an idea of what it is. I mean, I could make that an enum, I suppose, but what would be the point? I don't know. I see what you're saying though. Like if I accidentally passed it into something and it wasn't an int, but a lot of these other variables are ints too, so yeah, it wouldn't help as much, right? Because most of the time I'm using them, it requires an int, not an enum. So it's using this JSON object, which is a generic data structure. It has no idea about what a client enumeration would be. It's the context is nothing to do with the JSON object. It's how I'm using the JSON object. So if I were to, instead of using a JSON object, actually have a message structure, then sure, the client ID member of that structure I'd probably want to make it a different type for that reason, yeah. But so that's a good point. I just can't do that because I'm using generic data structures that that have no concept of what a client is, or all that. Well, I mean, sure, the refactor is risky, but that's what one bonus of having it in the unit test framework is that if I really did pass the wrong data, I would hope to break a unit test. You can specify backing type. Yeah, I could do that, but then it would work in any. It still would work in any context where an int is required. So, like, if I put this here by mistake, even if it was an enum that was backed by an int, it wouldn't catch it because JSON object doesn't care that this key needs to have a server, not a client. You know what I mean? So yeah, I hear you. I can't really benefit much from that right now because I'm using this generic structure. Yeah. But good point. When we use specific structure types and not generic data structures like this, it's handy to use enums. And I do that a lot in the Twitch stuff. So if you want to see an example of that, like in the messaging, there'll be for clear, whether it's a timeout or a ban or a purge. Actually, that's an individual message delete or a clear all chat. It's an enum. And then enum for like a subscription. Is it gifted? Is it resub? And then I thought I used it more. Would I find it here? I could have sworn I used more than 2 enums. Really, just 2? Okay. Maybe it was in the source code. There we go. So we have all of different actions. Yeah, so this is whenever we want to make a special type so that it doesn't get misinterpreted as like you pass it to something that it didn't expect this kind of type, the enum is very handy for that. Yeah. There's a point. I see type safety as more of a spectrum of you can make your code extremely loosely typed or extremely strongly typed, and I kind of see both generally as if you just do it blindly, it's a little bit foolish because you either don't need it or it actually can cause more problems than it solves, right? So I like to actually think, do the benefits outweigh the pros outweigh the cons for making something strongly typed or loosely typed, in each context. Okay, I lost my train of thought. Where was I? Oh, what was I doing? Guess I can go to the last change. Oh, I was using this client identifier, right? This server identifier shows up everywhere too. Maybe we can we can remove that. I don't think I ever use anything but 85 in this entire framework. No, I don't care about this file. Yeah, easy peasy. So this is the identifier used for the server in any messages. Actually, hold on, let me think about this. Thank you for that follow, by the way. This is the identifier used for servers in any messages handled by this test framework. Actually, I don't want to word it like that. This is the identifier used for but in all tests in this test framework. Okay, I like that better. Just server ID. Let me do that for a second just so that I can replace 85 with that. And then get rid of that. And then build it. Cool. Oh, I was gonna maybe combine admin camera and this one, right? Because they're almost exactly the same, except for this one has an admin true and this one does not. I know what I can... Well, hold on. I can at least have one call the other, right? This is gonna... Well, hold on. This always uses client 1. So, yeah. Hold on, let me think about this. I can have, is admin. Okay, this is now too long, right? So let's cut it down a little bit. I can just have this one call the other one. XY zone client 1 true. Oh, and this one should add that to there. There we go. Try that out. And this one's not using the return value. There we go. Hey, there's 715209 and Red Sky 1. How are you guys doing? And we were chatting with iGrok, but I never waved hi. Hey there, iGrok. And someone else I didn't say hi to, but chatted. And I'm trying to look for the chat. Oh, there it is. Thank you for the anonymous namespace explanation. Very helpful. Thank you. You're welcome. Sarab. I don't know how to say your name very well. I'm just going to say Sarab and hope that's okay. Hello. All right. Running the unit test again. Cool. Yeah, I've been thinking occasionally that as part of the balance between doing work and streaming and interacting with the community, I should probably take more opportunities to explain like different concepts or style points that I take, rather than just working. How's refactoring going? Pretty good. I haven't hit the line count on this so much, but I've cleaned up some of the magic numbers, which is always good. So there should be fewer magic numbers. Also, there are fewer variations of creating cameras and tile sets, which is good. It's fine what we have. We're gonna have variations on that, right? I kind of want to hit that somehow. Let me make an attempt at this. What are magic numbers? Just numbers that appear in code, and you're like, why is this a 2 or a 3? You know, I'd like to call them magic numbers because sometimes the answer is, I don't know, it's magic. Why does it work when there's a 4 there but not a 3? I don't know, it's magic. It's usually a sign, like a code. They call it a code smell, a sign that the code is bad. If they're just numbers in the code, and you're like, I don't know what that number is. And the general rule I try to follow with refactoring is you replace a raw number with a constant that has a name, so that if you're like, it gives you a hint about what it is, and then you can click on it, and there's usually a comment explaining what it is. It's an identifier for a player connection, right? Server ID. It's the identifier used for the server in all tests, right? So that's just what it is. Yeah, exactly. I like that concise definition. Constants that appear in the code without any explanation. I like that a lot. I'm going to give you a point for that. Sarab. Yeah, if I can make this down to one line, it would be really cool. And if I ever change the format of these messages later, it would be so much easier to change the unit test framework around it. Yeah, I think I've convinced myself. This entire thing, I want to make a helper. There's going to be one for add sprite, remove sprite, update sprite, and sprites. And sprite shift too, I think. So we're going to call this JSON value add sprite message. Don't know what the arguments are, but it's going to return one of these guys. It's this content here, actually. Or is it more than that? Is it a feedback that I want? Actually, I think it's a feedback that I want. What exactly is a feedback? Hold on, if that's the thing, and that is a feedback, then what is a feedback? How come it, oh, it's bringing me here. Type payload. Right, and we're counting on that structs have built-in constructors that have member-wise construction, right? So it's type and payload. Got it, okay. There you go, Spheres. Refactor those magic numbers. Who was I was watching? I shouldn't say who it was. I was watching another streamer a while ago, and I was thinking, my goodness, they have a lot of magic numbers in their code. But I didn't want to say anything. You've explained magic numbers at least thrice this week. There you go. You've earned your point. In fact, I'm going to make a special command. Add com magic number. Magic number is thanks. There you go. Magic number is a concept that appears in the code without any explanation. And my command said explanation twice in there, so therefore is not very concise. Let me fix that. I'll just say thanks. There we go. All right. What are the parameters we want? I think most of the time it's going to be client 1, but I'm not sure. I guess I can default it. Okay, the entity is always going to be different, right? So that we can't default. There may or may not be a nameplate. So let's make that optional. That means I'm going to want to construct this in a piece outside of here. I butchered that one, didn't I? Right, and then if not name empty, this is going to be message. Then message, name equals name. Okay, we have X and Y coordinates. And then a tile ID. And a depth. Actually, I wonder if most of the time the depth is not important, so we can default that. Then a minimum, we need entity ID, X, Y, and tile ID, and that's it. So let's see if I can hit all the ads. Let's actually look at all the ad sprites within that file. Only 12? Okay, well, 12 is okay, I guess. I guess I was hoping for more. Entity, character, 2, 3. I don't think the depth is important. So if I change it to be 0, then I can default that, right? Actually, I have to be explicit anyway. Wait, what's the tile ID here? Tile ID came right before the label, now that was a 1. Okay, and then the depth is also 1, and it's Pepe. Like that. Let me just test that. Any tips on writing professional comments? Don't watch me write comments. No, just kidding. I think the best comments are the ones that just explain in English what's going on. So, for example, not that I say that this is good, but this, if you're like, what the heck is this test doing? Having an explanation of what's going on, complete with there's spatial information that's important. I would just say make it readable, make it English, and don't have it everywhere in your code, but maybe just at this as a summary at the top of your code. Those would be my tips. So basically, not what Nui said. Hey there, Toulouse. How are you doing? Okay, doing good with add sprite. Let's hit another one now. Oh, that's that's the helper itself. Okay. Entity is character 2, 3, 1, 1, Pepe. I'm going to X that one because that's the helper itself. Okay. Foobar 2, 3, 1. Depth is 1. And there's no... Alright, so it's just that. Oh, but that's from this tile set. Are we going to remove this? I don't think I want to... I'm not going to care to support this. Actually, no, I do need to support it. Because characters still use the old tile set. So yeah, we need to leave this in here. Oh shoot. Well, that means that I need to expand this a little bit. This is tricky. Gosh, what am I gonna do? I can make the tile set a JSON value and then default it. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'm doing okay, Toulouse. I was very unmotivated today, so I didn't have a plan. So I decided, whenever I don't have a plan and I should stream anyway, I'll just make the streaming start with refactoring, and then if it leads somewhere else, that's fine. Because I don't think I will ever run out of things I need to refactor. That's how bad my code is. Yeah, so hold on. If the name comes next, the less likely thing to change would be tile set. Yeah, what if we just put the string here? And we'll change this to have another defaulted argument here. Const JSON value tile set equals, I guess, not included, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, it's probably included later. So it will be included a lot. And so let's put it in front of the name. And what's the default? Null? We'll say if tile set is not equal to null, then include it. Sounds good to me. I'll need to hit all the add sprites I've done so far to include that here, right? Oops. Too many things, too many characters in the clippy board. Right, and I decided to put the name after. Yes. Okay. So we're caught up. Cool. All right. Next. Did I tell it to search again? I guess I did. It like put it back in the list even though I'd X'd it out before. Entity, character. 2, 3, 1. 1. Null pointer. Pepe. It is nice that I get this down to one line. Entity, foobar, 2, 3, 1. Depth, well, this one has a health bar. Okay, I'll have to include the health bar stuff in there. This one has a tile set 42. No name. Let's include the health bar stuff at this point. 7, 10. So that's what these need to go in. Yeah, so int health bar level, health bar max. Let's say if there's 0, we won't include it. Okay. If health bar max is not 0, then message this equals health bar level, and then health bar max. Do those ligatures hinder search? Not really. It still works. The ligatures don't show up here either. They only show up in this panel there. Yeah, it still finds them. It's just how it's drawn. Hey there, Manez. How are you doing? Okay, so that replaced that, right? Let me make sure that this doesn't screw up anything else. There's a lot of optional parameters there. There's got to be a better way of doing this. Right, why do I have that last one empty string? I don't think I need that there. Okay, I think we're good. Maybe make an optional JSON object and merge it into message and add sprite. That's a good idea. Then I can handle all these weird corner edge cases differently, right? Yeah. You don't want to. Well, you lived up to your name, I guess, Manes. I hope you actually didn't. I hope you didn't actually eat the entire jar of mayo. The mayo, it could have been one of those teeny tiny jars. Then maybe we're okay. Hey there, New York. How are you doing? I feel like you're trying to live up to your name a little bit too much, Manes. Hey there, Atomic Nibble. Yeah, I like iGrok's idea a little bit now that I think about it. Because then I can get rid of this and be more explicit about what's included. Because it's getting to where this itself has too many magic numbers in it. Eat half of it, put half of it on your bread. I see. You know what's good with mayonnaise and bread is if it's a fish sandwich. I love putting mayonnaise on a fish sandwich with bread. Hey there, Setu. How are you doing? Capybara Land. Yeah, I know. He's still alive. Okay, so it's one of those small jars. Then now it's okay. Yeah. I'm going back and forth in my mind whether to put it in here like this or have an optional argument that just has this raw in there. I mean, it's a good idea. I'll give you a point for it, Grok. I just don't know if I want to do it right now. Let me. I'll keep it in mind. What's this ID? Oh, right there. I'll keep it in mind and I'll do it. I'll come back to it if I run into problems this way. How about we do it that way? Oops. Oh, because I was searching. Okay, I screwed up the search. It was like add sprite, right? Yeah, and then we can knock off this first one because it. Yeah, okay. All right, getting there. Okay, this one has special client IDs, right? Wall 2, 3, -1, 2, 0, tile set, no name, no health bar max, but there is a client 1, because the next one's going to be client 2, right? Wall... Right, wall 2 from the perspective of client 2 is at x1, -1. Everything else is the same. That's client 2. Wait a minute. Oh, the client 2 also sees the light. That's on top of the wall. Yep. Kind of want to build this now to see if I broke anything. You're too bored to do your homework, too tired to do it now. Well, what can I say about that? As long as you can do it later and not run out of time. Oh, I did break something. Arg. What did I break here? Probably one of the defaults. Tell us it's foobar. I don't see the problem. Let's see, what did the test say? Oh, it's TS, not tile set. I probably have a constant for this. Realm server. Key, sprite, tile. I do. That's what I should have done. That's how I broke it. Oh, good job, Manes. I'm glad that you'll do your homework. I think that's how you spell plagiarism, but don't do that. My kids, when they do a writing assignment, they're required to put it through a tool. I think it's online. I don't know if it's from the school system or what, but it comes up with like a similarity index, and that's to combat plagiarism. And my son the other day was like, "Dad, look, I actually got a 0% similarity index. That means there's not a single hit on any phrase in the entire essay to anything else." I'm like, "Whoa, that's hard to do. That means that you had a very unique essay." No similarity to any other essay anywhere. Yeah, I guess plagiarism is a big deal in schools now. So they use tools to check if students are actually copying from each other or from stuff online. Okay, I messed something up here. Oh, the x coordinate. So let's look very carefully at the diff here. Well, shoot. It was two. I'm not looking at the right test, am I? I'm not looking at the right test. I bet it was this last message. I forgot to put my phone on mute. I got a text message. All right. Mute the phone this time. -1, -1. Oh, this middle one was positive. No, okay. The middle one was positive. The last one was -1. Got it. Some part about this, if you take one line of code, they mark it as plagiarism. So for my kids, like the 0% similarity was unusual. Normally there's like some kind of background false positive that they accept. Like, I don't remember what it was, like 7% or 10, whatever it was, 7, 10, 15. It's arbitrary, right? It's whatever they've calibrated their tool at. Because there is noise. There's going to be, certain phrases that people say because, it's just what is it? They are either memes or what's the word? See, I'm bad with words. Common phrases that people say. And so the similarity index flags those, but they don't get flagged as that high. In college, you had a teacher get mad at you for grabbing one Python line. See, that's a little extreme. Closer a group of people are to the truth, the less variance there is between what they write. But it's the phrasing and the mixture of words and stuff like that. Your trick was to translate English into French? Hey there, Mars Raptor. 715-209. 71015. I didn't see that in my code, but maybe I should hide your number in my code somewhere. Oh, was it the line of code that was like the crucial line? That could be it. They're like, you got the answer from looking it up. But then why would they care about a single line? That's what I said. I don't think I was trying to say your name. I think I was saying something else. Oh, no, I was saying the typical background noise, so to speak, or false positive range for my son's the tool that the school system has him run his essays through to see if he plagiarized. It's something like 7 or 10 or 15. There's some kind of baseline level where it's acceptable, which means like, yeah, you're gonna match some phrases with their database. But like if you got up to like 55% or up, they say, no, you must have copied from someone else, and they'll ask him to rewrite it. Basically, I think they give them like one chance to say, just rewrite it, and if they continue to get these high similarity index results, then they'll say, well, we think you might be copying from someone else, and it's a big no-no. All right, I haven't broken anything, and I have a few more of these to hit, so we're gonna hit them. This is the helper. Here we go. Add sprite message, entity tile, 1, -2, 0. Tile ID is 3, depth is 0, tile set is tile set. Oh, and this one has a direction. I think I'm liking more and more the idea that iGrux had, where these outliers, like this direction, would be just another parameter. I only have 3 left, though. Maybe just power through it. So that would mean adding more empty defaults, right? Actually, let's leave the client thing at the end. I think I'm going to remove that one in the end. Yeah, let's put the direction next. Thank you for that follow, by the way. So that goes back into here as direction. The default of 0, I guess, if Doesn't really matter the order here if direction is not equal to 0. All right. Yeah. It's not too bad. It's just that we have to say there's no label, there's no health bar, but there's a direction. Just write your sources. You have to remember people learn by copying. Yeah, but maybe that's okay with code, but written language essays like English or French or whatever essays, they're supposed to be in your own words and original. Yeah, but my son has complained about this a bit. He's like, if the subject matter limits like the words you would choose, like if you're describing a historical event, the similarity index is going to rise because everyone's going to generally say the same thing. Like, this general was in this battle and so many soldiers died. You know, everyone's going to say that phrase, or it's going to be a higher chance of matching other essays, and so it does get tricky. I think as long as they just use that kind of a tool to filter, then but not decide, it's better. Because they could just use it to like, because they can't check every single essay for if it's plagiarized against any other essay. So it's kind of like anything where you're looking for fraud. You just take a sampling, and you use tools if you can to figure out like, to narrow down the search space so that you're focusing more on the more likely offenders. Tile ID 3, depth 0, tile set, no name or health bar, but a direction of 5. If there's only one more, then maybe we'll just go with this. Even though it's a little bit awkward. Player 0, -1, 3, 0. Tile set. I kind of want to put the tile set in front of the depth now. In fact, the tile set's built into the framework. I could default that to tile set now that I think about it. No, everything else is default, I think. So everything was going to client 1, right? Nothing was going to client 2, so I can just remove that argument. No, some of them were going to client 2. Okay, so I need to leave that one in there. More often we're using tile set than null. And direction is more likely than... Oh, wait, these are wrong now. Oops, I gotta go back and fix these. These ones have a direction of 0. Okay. Should just make sure that they work still. I like to think of school as a template that you should not try to make it one size fits all, but more of like some people will get more out of it than others. And everyone is so different, the school is not going to be perfect for everybody. But both the teachers and the students can do certain things to make things go more smoothly. And, you know, maybe relaxing of the rules a little bit would help. Whenever you run into both teachers and students that are too rigid, I think that is a bad thing. But too loose is also bad too. There should be a balance. And I have a million other generic pseudo-wise things to say too. And meaningless, what I'm grasping for the word. Where is that word? I wish I had a better vocabulary. I could choose the correct word. But I just felt like I said just now like a statement which was too generic and like sounded wise but wasn't. Platitudes. There you go. Thank you, iGrok. I have tons of vague platitudes I can throw out, along with meaningless points. Yeah, it's a bad habit that I have. I should only say something when it's specific and helpful, not spout off platitudes. It would be really helpful if I could have named parameters. I could have another helper, couldn't I? If I made this instead of having a huge argument list, if I had to take a structure with all these things in and then had other helpers that build the structure up, that might... Would that help? Maybe I'm overthinking it. I should just move on. That really didn't help the line count very much either. How many matches will we have for remove sprite? Not very many. How about update sprite? Not very many. I wonder if this is worth it. How about sprites? 27. That might be more worth it. I don't know. I'm kind of getting tired of working on this. When you get tired, it's time to take a break, right? What if we just keep it like that and we say we took a crack at refactoring that? Let's do a bit of refactoring. That's what we're gonna say. A bit of refactoring of the rendering tests. Let's move on to something different. Platitude equals latitude. Would enums help? I don't know if enums would help. So what we're looking at is this add sprite message. It has a lot of, more than half of its arguments are optional, and it's because a lot of them don't care, so they won't go into these ifs. But the others will go into some of them, but not others, so it's very customizable. But the overall shape is consistent. So I was trying to get a one-size-fits-all helper, but it doesn't really fit. I kind of feel like it would be better instead of having a one-size-fits-all helper. Separate the shape from the variance. So have this one just construct this shape out of stuff, and have the stuff come in as a structure that's built through another group of helpers. Like you can have a helper that just fills in the XY, these common fields, and then you'd have optional helpers to add the health bar, add a direction, that kind of thing. But I can't think. I could think of how to do it now, but I'm kind of getting tired of it. I'll move on and come back when I can stomach more of the rendering unit test. What if I work on this, removing the default? This will be fun. I get to remove some code now. I like that. I like the idea of deleting code. So the idea will be that let's run this unit test suite. So we see the baseline should be all passing, and then I just go and butcher the default and logged out zones throughout the code and make sure that the tests still pass. Can't you just parse the JSON as a string? But the JSON's long, so yeah, thrash. The biggest hit I think I'll get is this default position index thing. We can, yeah, 22. If I can delete all of these 22 results, right? Right, all these ugly ternaries I can get rid of now, because it's impossible for something to be in the default zone anymore because I literally moved everything out of it. And I'm not letting anything go back in there. So let's go, and as soon as all these things pass, then we'll go and delete some code. The great code culling. I read that as July 10th. By the way, Americans swap the day and the month. The fan spoke, brothers, said stop spinning. I know, I read it wrong because I'm a lazy American. But when you think about it, you're right. It should be day, month, year. Actually, my preferred way of doing it would be year, month, day. And do you know why? Because you could sort that with just a default lexical order, or is it what's the word? Just an alphabetical sorting, and the dates sort correctly. Yeah, that's the programmer way. I do that nowadays because of that. Because that is super easy to sort in code. You just sort the string. Definitely year, month, day. Yeah, so Toulouse, you're a programmer too, I bet. Oh, and I forgot to say hi to someone. My helper tool says I forgot to say hi to... How do you say your name? Enrokelthrick? Hi, how are you doing? And Venix. Hi as well. 75229 already said hi to you. My helper tool says, no, you've already said hi to them. All right. Everything's passing, right? Time to butcher code. I think I'm just going to delete this variable first out of the header file. We're going to get rid of it. Boom, gone. So it's just this, right? It's just the true case in all of these other places, right? Yeah, there's no default zone. What is this default zone? Huh, there's no such thing. So this is always going to be true. So this with entities at position should have a number of required arguments. Where's... I just do a check. I just do that, right? Yeah, I just collapse that. Wahahaha. Const auto. And then get rid of that. And then this is the normal case. There's a lot of these false detections of errors, and I don't know why, but it has something to do with Lewis header files. IntelliSense and Lewis header files don't match very well. Default position index. It's back on the path of wiping this. Okay. So yeah, just the positive case. Everything has a zone identifier. One side effect is it's making that line long. Do I care about that? I guess I could clean that up a little bit like that. Like that, you know? I could do that. Yeah, I can do that. Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you doing? I didn't really have a focus today, Cthulhu, so I decided whenever I don't have a focus, it's going to be about refactoring. But then someone mentioned default zone or logged in zone, or maybe my brain mentioned it to me, and I'm like, ooh, yeah, I like deleting code. Let's go delete that code now because I don't need it anymore. Oh, this is backwards. Did I get some of those other ones wrong? I might have. This should be that. Actually, there's no default zone. Let's just strike that. No default zone. It's just that. I probably messed up already. A string length line is greater than 80 trim line. That's what I do in my head. Exactly. That's why I have this ruler line. It's a soft guideline. It's like when I get there, I feel like I should wrap it more. Not that kind of wrap. Oh, I got tons of bad jokes. I'll keep them coming. Yeah, no default zone. Whoops. Just delete all that stuff. It's not going to compile, is it? Yeah, this entire thing let's just delete it. It's gone. overline 80 lines. There we go. It's like auto formatting. Yeah. I haven't been able to train any tool to conform to the exact style that I like. See, that one I'll think I'll just let slide. If I really got irritated by that, I might do that. Although I kind of don't like that. Hey there, Adam R. 123321. How are you doing? You're new here, you want to start programming, but you don't know how. What am I doing right now? I'm cleaning up code that I wrote before. Hold on a second. I have some advice written down in my notebook. There's a link there. If you're just starting out programming, so you, where do I have that? Advice on learning programming. So it really depends, like, what you want to do with the programming, but if you're asking, like, what kind of programming language to look into first, I like to recommend Python or JavaScript. Or if it's more game dev, you might look at C# or Java. They're useful in a lot of places. But how do you start programming? It depends largely on, like, are you doing it for a job, or you're just a hobby interest? What do you enjoy doing? Making games, making robots, making apps, and that kind of thing. Does a tool like Prettier exist for C, C++? In Visual Studio, there's a format thing, but I could never really get it to work with my style. If you tried machine learning and training a copy of yourself that can format it for you, that's a little bit more work. That would be funny. That would be cool if it would be cool if you could do that. Have a machine learning algorithm that just knows your coding style and then could clean up your code. Learned a code through a competitive programming club in college, sorry. Yeah, so anyway, what I'm doing right now is going through code I wrote before and trying to clean it up. So there's this concept in my game of a default zone that is gone now, but there's still a lot of code around it. This default position index, so I don't need that anymore. So I'm going and just removing it. So I'm trimming down the code. So instead of having a decision there, it's just that, right? And making it a little bit easier to read as I go. So this, instead of this 5 lines, it's just 1 line, right? Stuff like that. Thank you for that follow. But if you have any specific questions, like, I don't know, questions about programming languages or whatnot, we'll try to answer them here. But yeah, in general, I'm cleaning up code today. If you don't know what the code is for, it's for this game that I'm working on that I don't think anyone's linked to, so I'll put it in there. It looks like this. This is sort of a messy view because it's the game master's point of view. I should probably just show you what it looks like from a normal player's point of view. So I will do that right now. Here I am in my own game. So the game is split between the server and what runs in your web browser, which I like to call the client. The game is run on the server, which is in the cloud, and when you connect to it, your game client runs in the browser, and it's told what to draw through a network connection, a WebSocket, with commands going back and forth. So whenever you hit a key or press a button, you're telling the server, I want to move my character around, and then the server responds saying, okay, now you're in this new spot, draw these things around you. And it gets more advanced where when it's not just moving around and seeing things in the camera, there's also like interacting with the world, like combat. Like I just defeated that slime, and picking up items, dropping items in the world. Oh, I dropped some money. Better pick it up before someone else gets it. So yeah, this is an RPG based off of a bunch of code I'm writing. So today I'm not adding any code to this game server. I'm mostly going through and cleaning it up. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing? How are you and your turtles? How was the Ludum Dare, however you want to pronounce it? Did you get a game successfully out there? And hey there, Worship the Soda. I didn't say hi, by the way. Cleanup day, yeah. So, Tim, when I like start a day and I'm like, I don't know what the heck I'm gonna do today. I'm trying this new technique where I say, well, in that case, I'm gonna refactor. If I don't have something specific I want to work on, I'll work on refactoring. Okay, I bet this code won't even run now, so I'm just gonna build it and see it break and then fix it. The directional lighting over the wall, not good. No, it got finished. And that the test environment should be running right now, right? That's weird that it was dark though at first. Yeah, so let's do incognito window. Log in. Chickens is my local password. So the directional lighting's working. So that light is there, and I move to the other side of the wall, and we don't see the light anymore. This is lit because there's a portal in the wall. So all that's fixed. This light that only shows up on one side. Also, I was playing around with directional tiles like that, so these two only appear if you're next to them or to the right, and these two only appear if you're next to them or to the left. And I worked on some stuff post-stream to kind of help me on the GM level for that. So I added these little arrows. See those funny little arrows? They show me, that's why is it so slow right now? They show me the direction the tile is facing. So that light is facing up. These are facing to the left and these are facing to the right. So you can kind of see that effect. That since these are right facing, you can't see them now unless you're right next to them or to the right. And these you can only see if you're right next to them or to the left. And the same thing with the light. So all that's working. The little arrows for me so that as I'm editing them, I can see that I don't have any convenient buttons in here to change the direction. I actually have to just go in here and manually type it in. And now it's up and left. And if I do 4, it would be down and left. And then up is 3 again. So I've been meaning to like have some kind of shortcut keyboard or mouse. How come I can't think of words today? Mouse gesture to set the direction of a tile, but I haven't gotten to it yet. Thank you for those follows, by the way. You haven't submitted to Ludum Dare yet, but you do have a game mostly complete. I thought it was. Oh, is it almost? Oh, that's right. I was watching Adam C. Eunice, and he finished a day early, so you're using the entire 72 hours then. You're super into it, and you made the tool. Yeah, you were working on a console, right? A console tool for your engine. You failed to do it for 48 hours? Yeah, but don't you get like 72? Or is it that there are multiple challenge levels or something? Because someone was doing it in 48 hours, but then someone else I knew was doing it over 72 hours. Maybe it's the amount of time that they choose to sleep and eat and not code. Oh, there's a different... Okay, so there's different levels then. Got it. All right, so this broke, right? Let me find the first error. All right, can move. I removed a parameter from can move. I removed default zone because we got rid of the default zone. So it's gone. And then when we call it, we're getting rid of default zone. Getting rid of default zone. Build again. Compo is the original format. So they have another type of entry called a jam entry. Versus, what's compo stand for? Competition or a composition or something? Aha. No pre-created assets. That's the brutal is the 48-hour one then. Got it. Maybe next time I can try it. I just have too much stuff going on myself to have done it. And then I watched Adam C. Eunice and how tired and drained he got. I'm like, oh, I'm glad I didn't do that. Okay, default zone, we're getting rid of it. Yay, deleting code. Deleting code is fun. Oh, default zone, we can get rid of that. Yay. We've done 13 or 14 in a row. Wow. That's the other thing. Once I start doing it, I think I'm gonna want to keep doing it. So I want to be like prepared to commit to that kind of thing. You want to try to set up a team for April's LD? That sounds cool. I wouldn't mind working in a team. She hates mayonnaise. Well, good thing you found out. And getting rejected is not always a bad thing. Yeah, you find out that you're not compatible anyway. Like, they don't like the mayonnaise. That would be sad. Okay, so that flag is no more. Yeah, I'm intimidated by doing it solo as well. I'd rather work in a team. That said, teams are tricky, right? Because everyone's got to work together, and like, who was it? I can't remember who it was, but someone was going to start Ludum Dare, and their partner was MIA. Okay, that was. Why am I getting a exit code -1? Oh, is it still running? How come I don't see it? This is weird. Oh, there it goes. It was linking the whole time, and I just was impatient. Now we're having trouble with something else. Okay, what is it? Nothing. It's a linker problem. Why is a linker having a problem? Get default position index. Yeah, we removed that. Definitely. That is no more. Okay, we have some tests that are depending on it. Built on... Oh, right. This one we cannot use. We have to get position index. Get... Oh, there's no way for me to actually get the position indices? Well, let's say that there was, right? Should I do this the right way and actually create a zone? I think I will. Key position zone. So we'll do this the right way. We'll create them all in a numbered zone, and then we'll ask for that zone there. So back here, let me hit undo. Yeah, let's just change this to say get position index of some kind of zone. Provide real access to the internal position index maintained by the individual system for the given zone. Right, and then zone. This is the entity ID of the zone whose position index should be returned. Okay. So that means wherever that function was, and I deleted it, I should get it. Actually, here it was. Yay. So it's position indices zone. There we go. Constructors that take JSON object, do you need to explicitly in a JSON object? Or just, oh, they actually don't take a JSON object. They take a JSON value. A JSON object is a factory function. And let me show you that. Declaration, please. So there are numerous kinds of JSON values, right? There are the built-in int string. Where do I show those? Yeah, so here we go. So you can construct a JSON value from all these different things, right? A null pointer, a boolean, an int, a size t, a double, a string, either C or C++ string, etc., right? But then the two complex JSON values are arrays and objects. So I decided I would just make factory methods. Actually, why aren't these static? These ought to be declared static. Why are they not? Oh, they're not static because they're not a member of a class. They are global functions. They're global factory functions within the JSON namespace that return JSON values. So like object will create a JSON value of type object and then fill it in and return it. So that's why you have to be explicit, because it's actually calling a factory. If you make value 0 is ambiguous, what I found is that it uses the closest type match. So if you did a 0, I think the closest to 0 is int. But I'm not sure. In fact, I think it might be compiler specific. So I don't usually well, do I? I was running into trouble with some of these. I think it was in the cast operators. Because when you use something in an int context or a size t context, it was coming back and saying it didn't know which one to call. So you're asking me the hard questions, Tim. I've been using like this, for example. I don't have any trouble with that on any compiler. So what I'm thinking is happening is it's picking one of these two, and whichever one is the closest type. And for me, I don't really care, because in both cases, they do the same thing for non-zero values. I mean, if it was a negative number, clearly it would pick that one, right? Because this one's not appropriate. I'm gonna guess it's picking this one because this one is more constrained normally with a raw integer literal, right? Because see how the pop-up said it's an int, not a size t. So it's probably just picking that one. But that's a super good question, though. I should give you a point for that, because that's a challenging one. I don't even know if I have the right answer. Yours is ambiguous with int and char, right? Because an int and a pointer could be misinterpreted. I had a problem with that, didn't I? It might have to do with this const. That might be enough to make it non-ambiguous with 0. Like if I made that a char, I might have a trouble with those two being confused. But I think if you do const char, a raw number doesn't work as a constant pointer. Or really, it's a pointer to something that's constant, right? So that might be how I'm getting away with it. So you used const char. How do I pronounce parameter? Parameter. You must specify int when using 0. Interesting. Yeah, well, I've been able to get away with not specifying int, at least on, I mean, I've built this on Windows and Linux. It's been a while since I built it on my Mac, but I haven't had to do that. I mean, I don't remember seeing any problems with that. I don't know. Okay, I need to update this test too, right? So it's the same thing. We need to make a zone entity for this test and use that zone when we're creating things in it, because default zone is not allowed anymore. And this will be get position index of zone. I'm going to have more problems, aren't I? Yeah, 3 more places. Okay, fine. We'll hit them all at the same time. Why not, right? Why not hit them all? And then we'll create a default zone in all of those tests. Zone, zone, and zone. And then we'll use the zone for any components we make. So 1, 2, 3. Don't know why I'm counting. There we go. I pronounce things wrong and weirdly all the time, Tim. Parameter? Parameter? For the longest time, I would say the word melee, I would say melee. Right? Is it me, Lee? or melee. I think it's melee, but for years and years I would say melee, like melee combat. But I'm pretty sure it's melee. Yeah, and meme. You call it meme? I've always heard that one as meme. Yeah, I mean, I've met so many different people from around the world that I kind of don't expect any kind of common pronunciation. That's another thing. Do you say pronunciation or pronunciation? Pronounce or I guess it's pronounce and pronunciation. But if you were to say it in a slightly strange way, I think I would be okay with that. Yeah, why not both? Exactly. Did this lost the concept of where my tests were? Why did it lose that awareness of where my tests are? Come back, tests. There we go. Oh, because I hadn't built it before. I guess I'm gonna have to run everything now. Cool, so I'm actually surprised. I thought that there would be more tests that wouldn't compile, but I bet we're gonna run into tests that just fail, though. Because they won't be in the correct position index. We wrote a unit test this weekend. Nice. There we go. I even used your emote. I'm very proud of you, Tim. Unit tests are hard because there's investment up front. It's more stuff to maintain. Like I'm spending a significant amount of time just refactoring my own tests. Do it. I like that emote too. And they could be done wrong. You could have not enough tests. You can have too many tests. There's extra chance for people to have dogmatic points of view about it. You could say, you are not allowed to write code until you've written a test. Or you can have someone else who's like, we only write unit tests when we feel like it. So there's like anything in life, I think there's a nice balance you want to achieve. And don't just accept the dogma. They weigh the pros and cons. Will these tests help you or not? Are they a waste of time or are they going to help you later? And how many more platitudes can I spout off before my tests are done? Oh, we're done. Now we're done. Okay, so I broke stuff here. Oh, well, this makes sense. There's no default zone anymore. This test is invalid. Deleting it. Goodbye. Nil zone. No such thing as nil zone. Goodbye, test. You don't make sense anymore. Delete tests that don't make sense. Okay, these ones are broken probably for a different reason. Oh, is this using Lua here? Yeah, okay. There's a trigger. Actually, that should have worked. What's the difference? There's no feedback and there should have been a script error. Oh, because it's not in a correct zone. Okay, yeah. Const auto zone is create a zone entity. Triggers don't work in this default zone because it doesn't exist anymore. Key position zone. And get rid of previous zone and that other stuff too, can't I? And we have to put the player in that same zone. There we go. You gain confidence that it all worked, but that you could end up getting false confidence because your test is flawed. You have to be careful, right? Sure. I feel like it's like kind of like laying a bunch of traps for bugs. And when none of the traps go off, you kind of feel better that you probably don't have bugs. But there's always that thing in the back of your mind. It's like there's probably a bug or two that my traps are not catching because the bugs are too smart, or I'm just I'm not covering all the places my traps should be in. You know? I bet this is the same thing, isn't it? It needs to have a zone in it. Yeah, this should have a Z in it. Or did I make that optional? Can't remember what I did for the teleport trigger. Actually, let's just not make it optional. So this is a different namespace, so to speak. So I'll use Z or Z. There you go. Different pronunciation. Whereas here, this is specifically for position components. So I'm going to use key position zone. And zone. I could use that here, but this is not a position. This is an action. A transport action. Then update, and then they should go to zone. There we go. Is there a blend test? Oh, and someone else chatted and I didn't say hi. JJ1199. Hi. Char is an integral type. Oh, I see. We're discussing the JSON constructors, yeah. Fixing broken tests. This is probably broken the same way, right? Yeah, same thing. These need to be in a numbered zone now. I'm grabbing this to use down here. Or right there. All of these are in the same numbered zone. Cool. Was that it? Did I fix them all? I fixed them all? Interested in joining the live coders team on Twitch? I have been trying to join it for over a month now, Tim. So, Robert Tables told me you need to submit a pull request. So I submitted a pull request, waited about a month, and nothing happened. And then, who was it? I forget who it was. It's on the tip of my tongue. But someone else in the live coders team was like, oh no, you don't submit a pull request. You have to go file an issue. I'm like, oh, okay, well that explains why it hasn't been addressed in a month. So I went and I filed an issue, and that was like over a week ago. So I don't know what's going on. So yeah, I've been trying to join that team, but I don't know, it's been slow. I guess I could check the application issue. I expected to get an email if someone responded to it, but I don't know, maybe the email's broken. It's not super urgent, you know. You don't have to ping them unless you want to. But there should be an issue in there, and at least one person said, oh yeah, I saw your application in there and I +1'd it. Yeah, you know, they could be busy. That's fine. It's not urgent. C is almost better than C++. Well, we know that, said who. We know you prefer C, and you prefer GLSL too. By the way, did you guys know we have some streamers here? You should check them out. So Tim Badet, I said his name a million times wrong, so it's hard for me to say it correctly, but he has his own custom game engine written in C++ called Turtle Brains, and he's making racing games out of that. And we also have said who. He is into GPU shaders, so making interesting graphical effects. So you should check out their streams sometime. Prefer paying someone else to code? Yeah, but what about the shader stuff you do? That stuff looks fun. Don't ever worry about wrong pronunciations. Okay, I won't worry. I still want to get it right, though. Okay. We got rid of the default zone. Did I get rid of the logged out zone? I feel like there should be more. There should have been more. What if I look for the word default zone and turn off? Yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff in here. Oh, this is the front end. Okay, we'll get to that. Yeah, we can get rid of it. There's some extra stuff It's interesting that we could get rid of that without breaking any tests, though. I would expect to have been told that this is a problem. Interesting. We'll go through and remove them all. Struggling to learn coding in your extremely limited free time. Oh, I see what I see. You said who was talking to you about it. Right, right. Well, very, very extremely limited time. I would try either Python or doing stuff with web page JavaScript, just tinkering around then. Because you don't need a whole lot of time to do something, small and yet helpful in your learning. Something like C, C++, where you need a whole bunch of framework setup, it would take longer. Not as efficient of use of your limited time, I think. Yeah, why I still have all these flags here we don't need. Let's get rid of them all. We don't need any of that. Yeah, I don't know why this is still here and yet we didn't fail any tests. I guess it's completely unnecessary code. That's why it's here. It's here even though we didn't need it. Learning coding just takes time and practice. Yeah, it helps if you're enjoying it and you have the time to do it. Yeah, why was this not caught before? I don't know. I'm amazed. We're just going to remove it all. We'll probably break stuff. Not so this is always true now. So can I change this? Yeah, that's still true. Okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Aha. So this is a lot simpler now. This just is if is visible. Okay, yeah. I wonder why none of the tests were sensitive to this. Probably because I removed all the default zone tests, and so this is just dead code. I'm missing a bunch of chat. Hold on. You guys are helping out Frackberg, right? Oh, I forgot to say hi to Frackberg, too. Me waving will help. Twitch hiccup on your end? Huh. I have not dropped any frames, so yeah. It's not on my end, apparently. Although we did have the internet go down the other day. That was sort of freaky. Because I'm not used to it. And I'm like, what do? I have no internet. I can't watch anyone on Twitch. Then I realized, I got along fine before there was an internet. I'll just do stuff that doesn't need the internet for a while. Twitch has been spotty across a lot of streams lately. Interesting. Yeah. How will I live without the internet? So this is nice that I can simplify some of this logic. Delete. I'm just deleting left and right. I'm not really looking that closely. Yeah, I mean, this is a lot simpler, right? I get rid of that or. Get rid of that line and that. So we're just eliminating things left and right. Right, not in the same zone. Yeah, what is life without the internet? I mean, I remember there's certain things that I remember about life without the internet that I'm glad that my kids don't have to endure that. Like having to get my mom to drive me to the library in order to look stuff up. I mean, you have to plan the trip and you have to go there and you have to find, like, where can I find this information? Is there a book about it? Or do we have to go into, like, I don't know, what is it? What would they call it? Microfiche or something like that? I mean, it was almost traumatic sometimes. Had to find information at not just any library. You have to go to the downtown library. Okay, so we can build this in now, right? I can just say that is this. And I don't need that, do I? And that means I can simplify this completely. Don't need action. So much nicer. Into research papers, you usually had to come up with three or so sources. Your last son's paper required 10? My goodness. That's crazy. 3 should be enough, even in the internet age. Shouldn't it? What else do I remember? If you wanted to, when the internet started to come out, you had to use a modem. So it means you couldn't, if someone needed to call someone, you'd have to stop using the network, so they could use the telephone. Okay, we're getting rid of this, and that is much nicer. Look at that. Yeah, and if someone tried to call you and you forgot to initialize your modem to prevent the call waiting, then your stream would get interrupted. Oh, and you really couldn't stream anything, could you? It was just downloading everything. Everything would take forever to download. The modem call in sound. You miss it? You can still recreate it. If you really wanted to. Let's put that all on the same line there. This looks nicer that way. Okay, do I even need this migration code anymore? Because I've already done the migration. No, I still do need it, because if I go reload the database from an old backup copy, I will need to continue the migration. So I need to keep that. This isn't true anymore, is it? I'm just gonna remove this test. And I'm just gonna remove the default zone from there. Yeah. Sprite removed when taken from default zone. Sprite added when moved to... So we don't need these tests anymore. Even if they're passing. They're referencing a code feature doesn't exist anymore. Character in default. Yeah, we don't need this. We'll just say character marked gone on logout and call it a day there. Yeah, character moved on login when... Yeah, character moved on login. Should get a move character to tell us that they're no longer gone. Okay, this is wrong. This should be zone 42 gone. True. And then the login should cause them to not be gone anymore. Right. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. That's what this test does. Okay, that means this test is utterly useless. Monica hey? Character non-default. So yeah, this should just be character marked no longer gone on login when gone previously. Character not moved on login when already logged in. Teleport players. Okay, this is a migration step. Do I keep this one? Yeah, this is a migration step. We keep that one. Right, we're keeping these. These are migration tests. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're keeping all that. All right, let's just build it. Run it all again. No, it's not going to build. It's going to give me problems. Oh, Squiddy! 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 Thank you for the 3 months. How are you doing, Squiddy? Yep, this is primer. Doesn't exist anymore. Yay. Worship the sofa. How are you doing? I like your name. You remember when you were waiting for each line in a single image in the browser to load? Yeah, and then they had what was it? JPEG was nice because it would load at low quality, and sometimes that would be enough for you to figure out that you don't want the image or that you got what you needed from the image, and then you can just stop downloading it. I remember that. Wait a minute. Yeah, that one we resolved. This one is this one. Oh, thank you for that follow. We're just removing old dead code today. And I broke that one. What's wrong with this one? That's just broken by the previous lines. I think I need to recompile. Oh, there is missing parentheses. I messed that one up. What's wrong with this one? Nothing wrong with it. But I guess I messed that one up several times. I think I was talking while I was doing that, and that's always a bad thing. Just got another work day? Well, thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Yep, I messed that one up in multiple places. Didn't stick to my own style guideline or whatever. Okay, what happened there? Aha, this again. Actually, that's easy. Just do that. Oh, now it's building. Yay. Let me just run the executor test to begin with. Those run fairly quickly. Okay, that all passed, so let's just run everything. Refactoring, yay, that's what we're doing. So I'm removing a lot of dead code right now, and before that I was cleaning up some unit tests. And I think I'm going to do this from now on if I don't really have any specific direction or goal for the day, is I'm just going to clean up stuff. Because there's a lot of stuff to clean up in my code. I start to get more stressed during the stream when I was working on the rendering system on Friday, right? And I'll show you this code. The code, it's very difficult to read. Look at this mess, right? The more I have to work on this mess, the more I think I get stressed because I'm showing people bad code. I need to stop and clean this up. And I want to be writing code and not be feeling stressed. So I think I need to take more of these opportunities to go through this code and clean it up. I'll let you know when I start learning Rust 7.15209. You'll be the first to know. In fact, we'll put it in this note. Reminder. When starting to learn Rust 7.15209 must be the first to know. There we go. I will track you down and say, I am learning Rust today. Yeah, yep. Cool. Everything passes, right? Nice. So let's check it in. We did some refactoring. We stripped out the default zone. Oh, I didn't hit the front end though. Did I include that here? The front end stuff, there's a little bit of it, right? Right up here. There's a button for it. Oh, teleport editor had it too. Okay, there's some stuff that we're not finding in the search that I know about. There's a button that does it. So anyway, we're removing this. Oh wait a minute, no, this is a different. This is not the default zone. This is the what default value to use for the zone. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's a teleport. Okay, we're fine here. But there's probably something default zone. Is this it? Actually, there's no such thing as default zone, so there's just period. Oh, let's not have a default zone. Zone 41. Let's use 41. Create camera. Let's get rid of create camera. I don't like that idea of having a zone 0. We'll force it to be a zone. This will break, right? Because something's calling that. I just deleted it. I'm gonna have to take a break in a few minutes, just for a minute or so. I'll probably get rid of the in zone thing with the search and replace in a minute. Yeah, just use some number. Is the number important here? It is. Let's do this right. Const auto zone equals components create entity. Then we can say the zone goes there, and which one's the zone here? The fourth argument. As long as they're in the same zone, it doesn't matter. Okay, where else? The same thing. So I should just do this. In fact, I'm thinking about moving that to the common setup. The create admin camera function also has 0 for the default. Yeah, I don't want to use 0. I think I'm going to end up just making the zone a common setup thing. I say this while I'm pasting it everywhere. I shouldn't do that. Yeah, let's just move it now. There's a set up. I don't have a setup? Really? Really? I have no setup? I don't. I don't have a setup. Huh. Okay. I'm kind of baffled that I don't have a setup. But it'll be... This is what I want in it. Int zone 0, create the zone there. Okay, in them. Looking for one of these other tests that has a common setup. These don't, none of these have it? Oh, this one does. Here we go. Although this one didn't actually do anything in it. That's what I want. Common setup, and then create your zone, and then we'll just go through and delete it everywhere else. So now there's a zone component that every test has. Actually, that's gonna... I do that so often, I can just quickly delete them all. What made you want to code live for an audience? You always get stressed out when you have some coworkers looking over your shoulder. Whoops, I hit the wrong key there. I was saying, I have a notebook page for about it. That key I hit, by the way, is if my dog starts barking, I need to mute the stream. But yeah, I have, why am I live streaming this? So here are the reasons. Before I live streamed it, I was terrible at organization. So streaming, it sort of forces me to stay organized, at least a little bit. Interacting with the community is important because I don't have I don't work for a company anymore. I have my own company, so I'm working from home. And so if I didn't stream it, I would basically be solo and I'd be disconnected from the entire world, which would be bad. Like my last job, I worked in a team, so I had the community at the company I was at. So streaming is a way to replace that. Also to keep me motivated. Although sometimes it works the backwards. Sometimes knowing that I'm streaming, it interferes with the motivation. But just knowing that there are people out there who at least want to hear my voice can be motivating. And yeah, I saw other programmers doing it and it looked like fun. But mostly it's these first two. get me to stick with the organization and to interact with the community. If you have that people behind your shoulder work while you're working, sure, it's annoying, maybe, but also kind of forces you to not cut so many corners and to do a better job because people are watching. So yeah, that's why. Streaming is different for everybody. Some people think it's amazing, like said who 12 says it's amazing. I think that it has its ups and downs. Definitely it challenges you if you want to have an audience. Some people to stream, they don't care about their audience, right? I care about you guys, so I'm always trying to juggle work with interaction with the stream, try to make something that people would at least wouldn't mind having in the background while they work, and occasionally talk about something that might be interesting to you. And that challenge, I think, unless we're challenged, we're not growing. So streaming for me is a challenge that keeps me on my toes. What happened here with tile set? I don't know. I think I just need to rebuild it. Oh yeah, you should try it out and see if you like it. I mean, you might try it out. It might suck for you, and you'd be like, okay, at least I tried. If you don't try things, you never know what you're missing. I wanted to stream like years and years ago, but I thought, people won't watch that. But then I saw other people watching someone else and having a good time, and I'm like, I kind of regret not trying so many years ago, you know? Create cameras. Oh, right. How many times do we call this? A bunch. Maybe I just want to search replace this then. Create. Hold on, let's do it more smartly here. Create camera 0, 0. How many times do we call that? Oh, there we go. So that's good enough. I can do create camera in zone 0, 0 zone. I'm going to be doing a bunch of search replacing, right? I'm doing this in stages. Oh, I missed something. What is it saying? What happened here? It should be in zone. What? Is it just 2 places? That's weird. No semicolon in the replacements. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, you're right. So I could just do that. Hold on. I can't. Unless, well, it's going to hit a whole bunch of false positives, right? I want to do that and not semicolon, regular expression, and escape the parentheses. Is it that it has to be a new line? There we go. And then I want to make that a look ahead assertion. I forget how to do that. Do I just put new line there? Let's see what it will do. Yeah, that'll fix it. I'm getting dangerous with regular expressions now. Thank you, Toulouse. That was indeed the problem. If you stream, you often don't want to look for answers on Google or read something because it's humiliating, but then it takes you longer. Why is it humiliating? You should. That's a well. Okay, in my opinion, set to 12. That's a problem. You should never feel humiliated looking for answers. I look for answers myself on stream a lot. It's healthy to admit that you don't know something and that you need to look it up. That's in my opinion. Again, it's not. I don't want to say what's true and what's not true, but in my opinion, like for me, for example, it would be bad to start thinking that having to look up stuff because I don't know the answer is humiliating. It's actually, for me, it's a sign of healthiness that you're willing to admit that you don't know something and that you're going to look to find the answer. And if I was going to hire someone, I said this before on stream, If I'm looking to hire someone and I ask them what would they do if they don't know the answer, if they say either look it up on Google or ask a coworker, I would give them credit. I would actually give them more credit if they said they look it up on Google, because someone who's self-sufficient, they can look up the answers that for stuff they don't know. It's much better than someone who pretends that they know it and then just kind of sees if they can get away with guessing. And it's also, asking a coworker is okay, but sometimes it's more efficient to just look it up for yourself. Just weird when you're Googling something and people are watching you. Yeah, there's that watching over the shoulder thing. I think, at least for me, I got over that pretty quick. For when people are supportive, when there are people in the channel that aren't so supportive, I have trouble. That's still true. I think that's on my list of. It should have been on that list. Okay, but it's in my stream panels, right? Let's add that to it. I want to get used to feedback, even negative. Grow a thicker skin. I think I have that in my stream panels, but I forgot to put that here. If you want to get used to feedback, to receiving other people's opinions, streaming is a great way to do that, because you're inviting people to say stuff. You're saying, look at my code. And if I can learn to not get distracted by someone saying your code sucks, then I see that as a good thing. Has OneNote gone under a massive redesign? There are different things that have changed in it. Like, this is OneNote on Windows 10, and they have a dark mode now, which I like. I don't know if they've had these other features like zooming for a while. Maybe you notice more because you haven't seen it in a while. You want feedback? Yeah, feedback. I had the hardest time getting feedback at my last job, which was frustrating because they would say, oh, performance reviews are where you get feedback. And I wouldn't get any constructive feedback. I would get everything regurgitated back to me that I had given my manager. My manager would come to me 2 weeks before and said, what have you worked on the last 6 weeks? So I give him a detailed report. And then a couple weeks later, I get back the review saying, and it's like, this is just stuff I told you. Where's the feedback from my coworkers? And they're like, oh, they say you're fine. I'm like, that's what my kids tell me when I ask them how their day was. They say it was good. And I'm like, that is not feedback. I think what it is people have a hard time giving feedback because they don't want to make people look bad. But it's a lot of work to give feedback too. So it's valuable, though. I think people who give feedback should always be rewarded unless it's completely negative, like a troll. But even if there's like sliver of like good things in there, I will focus in on that and thank that person for that feedback. Like, I've had people come into the stream and say, what you're doing, your code style is horrible because, and then they'll say something that I pick out of there. Like, they'll say, the way you do your parentheses makes it hard to read. And I'll be like, oh, I'll latch onto that part and consider, maybe I'll try a different style for parentheses. I'll just dismiss the part about when they made a judgment about it being horrible, because that's the non-important judgmental aspect. The important thing is, what can I get from it that will improve me? Negative feedback can be the best feedback. Yeah. So the thing that is problem for most humans is that negative feedback can be interpreted as a form of a threat, which ties into your more primitive parts of your brain, where you feel like you have to fight back or defend yourself or flee. If you can rise above that and pick out what are the things that are of value from here that I can take from it and just discard the rest, then that's always good. You have a clip that would be really funny. Uh-oh. Should I be worried? Monka S. All right, let me get back to this. I got too distracted. I like talking about that stuff, though. Oh, I was checking this in, wasn't I? When I was doing the front-end work. Yeah. Yeah. And I was searching... Why is it trying to open up a diff? Huh. Oh no, I wasn't done yet. I was Yeah, this is what happens when you try to balance work with chat. Is you get distracted and then you forget what you're doing. I was gonna I was gonna remove this, right? I removed the crate camera. So now I think what I can do is just rename this again. Just shorten this name down. Whoops, what happened there? Yeah, I can just call it crate camera. Let's make sure that this is going to do the right thing. How come this says it can't open it? Unable to open a diff tool? Huh. Does it have a diff tool already open somewhere? Weird. Weird. Oh, is this from your stream? I'll take a look at it next time I'm waiting for something, if that's okay. Just go ahead and do it. What could be bad? I might have to restart Visual Studio Code if, Oh. Let's try that again. Wait a minute, why did that have a problem? How did that remove the semicolon? Oh, wait a minute. I undid too much. Or did I, shoot, did I undid that and I can't get it back now? Damn it. It was that regular expression. Oh, testing. 2 months. Why did I see a 7 there? 2 months, Teston. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. This was new line. And have to escape those, right? Yeah, and then we wanted to replace that with this new line. Cool. That's where I was and I got distracted. You guys are following each other. Now I can shorten the name, right? I can do that. Build it. Uh-oh, did I break something here? I broke something. I broke it, chat. What happened? What happened here? Oh, this will not be put in the correct zone, will it? Oh, a lot of these tests depend on that, though. Yeah, okay. The camera both in one zone. Camera is in another zone. I think I'll handle that by just making another zone. Other zone. Create entity. Components. Yeah. Oh well, I'm gonna have to fix some stuff here. Right, that's in the correct zone. This one's in other zone. And this one doesn't list the zones, does it? Actually, it's not supposed to. That's right, it's not supposed to. Let me make sure I just fix this. I need to take a break for a minute or two. Teston didn't break it. I broke it. I want to claim. I claim ownership on breaking my own stuff. Actually, let me look at this clip. Oh, you said who 12 was working on the Netflix logo? Oh, I see. Yeah, I have those moments all the time, said who, where it just takes you a while to realize. You just sure there's that cringe factor, but then hopefully that's part of what I call growing a thicker skin. Grow a thicker skin is that you can shrug off the cringe moments. I think it makes you it makes anyone a healthier person to be able to do that. Okay, I'll be right back. You guys can continue to chat, I'm sure. I just need to use the restroom. I will be right back. I'm back. And I realized I forgot to turn on the timer that I have for my stream. And I forgot to wave to a few people. We've been chatting with Teston. I forgot to wave to Teston and ProSam. Sorry about that. I have a tool that I run now. Looks like this. That reminds me who I've said hi to and who I haven't, and also tracks channel stream time. And I forgot to run the time, so I've been running 2 hours 30 minutes, not tracking time. Oops. Someone sent you a backwards list of images. You mean like a bot or a spammer? Huh. Or are you talking about what you were working on in the clip there? I'm confused. Anyway, back to this. I hope that I broke all of these in a similar way. Otherwise, I got a lot of work to fix these. Oh, the clip. I see. I get it. I get it. I think the problem here is this one does not put it. Yeah, it doesn't put it in the right zone. Let's do that. Key position zone. Hopefully that'll at least fix this one. And what about this? Nope. How are these broken? Incorrect zone. Ah, yeah. It's in zone 0. I wonder if I should default the zone or something, or remove the zone. Because how often are these things in different... I'll just put zone in there instead of 0. That's probably a lot of these are that way, right? Yeah, let's go to this one. Probably the same, yeah. Actually, is the zone the third or the fourth argument? It's the fourth, okay. Bet you all these are similar, yeah. What's after zone? Tile set and tile. Why is it 0 tile set? Why do we even have tile set as an argument? Didn't I decide to put it into one tile set? I'll get back to that in a minute. Yeah, these are all in the wrong zone. Yep. Hmm. We're in the zone. Just sloppy when I set these things up. All right. Slickver, 6 months. That's a half a year. Wow. Thank you for the support, Slickver. A lot of subs and resubs today. Actually, they've all been resubs, but that's fine. Thank you to all the people who've been subscribing. It's very, very nice of you to do that. Okay, this one is broken for a different reason. Remove instead of move. Oh, did we move it out? Yeah, we did move it out. Look at that. We didn't mean to do that. Key, position, zone, zone. Okay, how about this one? Probably the same thing. Yeah. Key, position, zone. Oh, thank you for that follow. Hey, bro. Bro. I'm good. Oh, I don't like making fun of people, but maybe if I just don't name the name. I don't know, they might be watching though. Or they might watch this VOD at some point. Okay, so I apologize if you watch this VOD later and you realize it's you, but I was in some channel some while ago where someone was everything they said in chat started with BRO comma space. And I almost gifted them a sub to Adams13531 because he's got the Adam Bro emote. I was gonna gift him the sub and say, dude, could you at least make it Adam Bro instead of Bro? I almost did it. Bro. I didn't know if it was a joke or just they'd like to say bro in front of everything. Yeah, and again, I apologize if this was you. Just a prank, bro. Bro, it's just a prank, bro. Okay, we're including this. Also, I wanted to hit the more front end stuff. There was more stuff to search for, wasn't there? Oh, wait a minute. How do we break that? Oh, did I have? Let me. There's like a few tests that sometimes break, and I had a list for that. Let me see. Nope. So let me put that in the log for today. Possible. Well, this test has a possible race condition in it. There we go. We'll look at that later. Whoops. There we go. Tests that sometimes break usually indicates a race condition. Although, what's going on here? Why are we having a whole bunch of other things break? Wait a minute. It can't. It's having trouble with the file system or something. Okay, let me redo these. That's weird. It's like it couldn't write to the file system or something. Now they're all passing. Yeah, I don't know. Let's run them all again. I don't think I'm out of free space, but you never know. I could be. I can do a quick check. Let's see, how much space do I have? I have 446 gigabytes on the C drive, and I'm not even using that drive. The drive I am using on, actually no, it's the other way around, was 100, that's 446 total. I have 140 gigs free on C and 597 free on E. Plenty of room. Bro, just remove it. I know, bro. Pretty close, be careful. 100 gigs is close. Yeah, that's weird. Stuff just breaks, I don't know why. Your player provides laptops with just 256 gig disk and expects to run virtual machines. Wait a minute. That's not right. Well, I guess if the virtual machine was a very low RAM or Linux or something, it'd probably be okay. Damn, that doesn't seem like enough. Yeah, I would at least. Well, it's a laptop. Why would they want you to run a virtual machine on a laptop though? Like for Android testing or something? Yeah. It sounds like they're cheapo. Your employer sounds like a cheapo. Windows 10? Well, at least it's Windows 10. Or you're saying the virtual machine is Windows 10. Okay, that doesn't sound right. MacBook Pro? Could be. I run a Windows 10 virtual machine on my MacBook until I started realizing, like, why the hell am I doing this? I should just wait until I get home to use my real Windows 10. Hey, they're glitched out. You have been successfully unlurked. All right, so I don't know what the test failures were, but they're all passing now. I'm going to assume that this may be a glitch. This might have just been a glitch in, what are we going to call it? The test runner for VS Code. Well, the test runner. But I like to write that down later. If I really get bored and run out of things to do, I'll take a look. Glitch in the matrix, exactly. See, that stuff bothers me though. Fundamentally, I want to know what the root cause of something like that is. But if I were to spend the time, I'd probably get to where like it was just some bug in the test runner, Google test. And do I really care about fixing it? No, because I'd rather, at most, I just report it and then move on. Very satisfied to see all those tests pass? Yeah, me too. The problem I have is that it takes 1 minute and 35 seconds to run them all. We've run astray from rendering, right? I was going to look at this crate camera one more time, and also I need to go into the front end, and if this is saying zone everywhere, okay, there are some exceptions, but I can make 0, 0 zone the default, can't I? What if I do that at least? See, default these to 0. And then in here, I could say if zone is 0, how do I disambiguate? We'll say camera zone. If camera zone is 0, camera zone is zone. And then we'll place this down here. Actually, here's another thing we can remove. Remove. That should be camera zone. Get frustrated at my own typing problems. Were the exceptions caught? I don't know. Just ran it again and it worked. I get troubled deeply when I have to do that, but I have no time to look into it right now. Yeah, I love that emote too. I should make another one. I need to have my glasses on to do that. I don't have my nice sunglasses right here. So make a note to myself, get cool sunglasses, put them on, and do this in front of the camera, and then have playing with scissors clean up the image. I'm just kidding. Although I do want to say that playing with scissors did a great job with that Raimo 8 Hey emote. He helped clean that up and helped me get it in there, so very good at that. I was gonna I defaulted them. So then I can replace this text here in general with just that. How come it's not working? I have to enter first. Okay. All right, fine. I don't understand why, but that's fine. And then what else can I change with that? I mean, I guess that's okay. I guess we could default zone too. So if we have, let's see if I can get this right. If we have as a regular expression, we have how do I do this exactly? I guess just dot star. Well, we're gonna need to collect it. Comma space zone. What does that actually look like? Right. So all of those, we're gonna replace them with cameras. Create camera 1. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. Do it. Regular expressions are cool when you get them to work. All the 0042 should probably change. How many of those did I have? Make sure I didn't break anything first. Oh, I broke something. What? What did I do? Hold on. Oh, that would have put it back into the... Okay. So I broke those. I broke those, yes. But I broke them in a good way because it pointed out that these need to be in an actual zone. Key position zone. Because it's technically not valid to not be in a zone anymore. Okay. Let me guess. This one too? Yep. Got him. Full-time Twitch. Who's full-time? Oh, Tim is? Thank you for that follow. Oh yes, unit tests. Yep, we're doing unit tests. Thank you for the follows. These unit tests are making sure I don't break anything when I am refactoring. The downside is I'm having to refactor the tests themselves because I didn't write them very well. And what's wrong with this one? Oh, right here. It should say zone, not 0. You wish you were full-time? I wish I was full-time too. I am not full-time because I am half-time doing this and half-time kind of stay-at-home dad. Because I've got 3 kids, someone's got to go do all the chores. My wife works full-time. I don't know how families get away with both parents working full-time and then not having someone help with like 2 or 3 kids. You're trying to make full-time work, but there's just no money? Oh, you mean in Twitch? Yeah. You gotta get money somehow. Twitch is not where you want to be if you need to make money. Babysitters cost money. Childcare costs money. So like right now, I am the childcare. Well, my kids are older, so it doesn't take all day. It's like when, we need to drive them around places. Yeah, Twitch game dev is hard to make money from. That is definitely true. I'm only doing this because I have savings. And my wife works full-time. Less kids, yeah. Well, but, kids are a plus and a minus, I guess. They're a minus in that it takes work, but a big plus. The plus outweighs the minus. Starving artist income. There you go, Spherus. If someone asks you what you do for a living, you can say you're a starving artist. And technically it would be true, right? We got kids. I waited till like early 20s. I think we did okay. We waited until we were, on our feet and stuff. Don't let my kids hear that. I didn't say it quite right. I should say kids are a blessing, but they also take work. So it's not something to get into lightly. You are committed for at least 18 years, if not more. Depends on how much help they need. Kids are demons. I don't know about that, Spirus. I think kids are not for everyone. All right. Do I want to clean this up anymore? Create camera. I keep searching on this to make sure I'm not missing something. I'm okay with these outliers not being the typical. I think I'm okay with this. So then it was just the front end work I wanted to. I knew there was some stuff to hit if I do default zone. Okay, that's the migrate. Is it that I'm doing case sensitive? Okay, what there is a button marked default zone. What? How come I'm not finding that in this search? That's really weird because there's literally a button marked default. So, oh, I wonder if it's default no break space zone. If I do that. Ah, there we go. Look at that. Default no break space zone. So I can get rid of this button. Button's gone. Cool. That was the last vestiges of that, was that button there. Whoa, a lot of chat all of a sudden. And I forgot to say hi to Kaito. And MoveAX13H. You know what that is? That's an 8086 assembly language statement. I like that name. And then Tank. I'm looking to see what chat I missed. I'm obviously missed something. Oh, there we go. You're asking if Tim's gonna stream. Yeah, because Tim's probably streaming already now, right? He had to go probably start his stream. You're new here, and as a game developer, you must say Twitch has a lot of awesome streams. Oh, well, thank you very much. Enden Rim. Yeah, so if you haven't seen this before, this is the game I'm working on. This is the test environment, and here's the production environment from the point of view of the GM, which is a big crowded mess right now. It's easier to show this from the perspective of a user, so let me log in and show this again. Start this window off stream to make sure that there's no secrets. So here I am in my own game. Oh, look, there's A squared. He knew I was about to show the game, so hey there, A squared, would you like some money? I just dropped some gold. A squared is a viewer in my chat, and he's playing the game too. And once he, there he goes, and he's going to pick it up, because he always takes my money. Anyway, here are the sewers underneath the town. We're going to go fight them. So this is all in a custom game engine. Thank you for the follows, by the way. And you can see that there are bugs. I fixed the bugs with the torches, that they're not lighting anything, but I haven't pushed it into production yet. But the game is, it's a custom engine that I'm writing, something I've always wanted to write. The lining isn't broken, A squared, it's just I haven't pushed it into production yet. Hey there, Mud Ribbit. I'm just giving a little recap of what I'm doing. And I'm doing mostly refactoring right now. But yeah, the game is a work in progress. The engine is all custom, so most of the time on my stream I'm working on building this engine up. But you can tell that the game is based off of a really, really old game. So I was inspired when I was a kid playing the Ultima games. I've always wanted to make a game like that myself, and so I'm trying to fulfill that dream. It's also a bit more approachable to make as a solo dev, to go into it saying, I'm not going to worry about the graphics being the best. I'm just going to work on something that's functional. And so that's what I've been doing. So the game is in two major pieces. There's the front end that runs in the browser. It's mostly React and Redux code with some Phaser.js for the graphics. And then the game logic actually runs on the backend server in the cloud, and there's a network connection at all times between the front end and the backend. The backend's in mostly C++ with Lua for the game systems, and then the front end is all JavaScript. And I'm going to go through this secret wall here. Shh, don't tell anybody it was there. And I'm going to hide out here. Oh, A Squared knew it was there. He's still hoping to get that treasure back there that you can barely see. Anyway, that's my game. Today I've been working on cleaning up some of the code behind it. And I just got rid of an obsolete feature called the default zone that is encompassed in all this code that I mostly deleted now. So this is remove all code dealing with default zone. So it's now obsolete from the game. Because initially when we made the game, there was no concept of different zones in the game. So like this, that you could have a town underneath its sewers. Why is this so dang slow? So initially I painted the world and there was no concept of zones, and then I added zones. And everything that existed in the game before there were zones was in this so-called default zone, and I'm just now getting rid of it. The camera jumping kills your eyes. Sorry about that. That's just the way the game is. It's discrete tile units. You tried to follow and then, oh, in the game, did you get killed by those deadly monsters in the sewers? The game is really slow right now. It's faster. So there I am. There's A Squared. I don't see where you are playing with Skizzers. You're one of the many dead people that are not logged in anymore. Got killed by something? Probably one of those slimes, or maybe you were out here somewhere. Find out where you are. Where are you? There. Oh, you're there. We should probably move you out of there. Or let me rescue you. Let's move you over. Why is it so slowed right now? It's all front-end slowness too. I think it's my Chrome needs to be restarted. Wow. The Chrome is almost dead. Here, I'll teleport you right here. There you are. Now when you log in again, well, let's heal you too. Lua, heal, PWS. Now you won't be dead. You rage quit? Well, I saved you. You're back. And now someone's standing on top of it. Okay, here's where you are. Let's give you 240 hit points instead of 24. There you go. Now you got 10 times the health as anybody else. Now you'll be difficult to kill. Yeah, it's a browser game. Uh-huh. You can play it here. I'm going to restart my Chrome because it's really slow. Oh, maybe because I had this incognito window open at the time. Yeah, you're OP for now. Yeah, now it's much faster. Time to move to WebAssembly? Yeah, I don't know what it is. Memory leak or something in the front-end code, but if I open 2 windows into my game and let them run for a while, things get really slow for some reason. Who is that? Is that A Squared logging in and out? Yep. A Squared is the only one playing right now. Feels bad, man. Okay, let me finish this. Oh, I did finish that. All right, let's push it then. Get. 3 hours in. There's a Chrome profiler, but you know what's funny? I was getting into a weird case where it was slow, and when I enabled the Chrome profiler, it speeds back up again. I'm like, what the heck? Whenever I run the profiler, it doesn't slow anymore. I'm wondering if it has something to do with how the dev tools work. Yeah, who knows? I don't know. If it gets slow again, I'll show you again. I don't want to show you from the GM point of view though, because that would leak private stuff. I'm getting kind of lost in what I'm doing. Oh, I wanted to make sure that I got rid of the default zone button. Yeah, so it's gone. Cool. Yeah. Can we go sprite shift control the character? there ever a case where a sprite shift could happen if the player isn't moving? Yeah, it can happen if I move you. So are you playing right now still? Yeah, you want to see a sprite shift happen? There we go. I'm shifting you around in the world. You should be getting sprite shift messages just by me doing that. Yep. Ooh, player 449. You are in the zone between worlds. There's only one world open right now, so you'll have to go no other way. That way, left. Cthulhu, wandering around town. What's he up to? Let's imprison Cthulhu for a while. He's stuck in jail. Whoa. Okay, I'll be merciful. We'll let him out. 14389. That's probably your character. Yeah, it's probably you're being recentered when you get that. Oh, did it show that? Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know, Toulouse. I didn't remember that I show the name here, even if it's masked. That should... Let me make a note to fix that, because I wanted it to not show that at either place. So, masked players' names should not show up in player details. Yeah. Alright. I'm done with the task I had for that. Go back to refactoring, maybe? I have it in mind to go to the actual rendering system itself and try to clean this up a bit. There was a really egregious function. Was it this one? Yeah, this one's horrible. Right, like this stuff we could make into a helper right now. Why don't I just do that? I bet this is in more than one place too. Yeah, look at that. It's in 2 places. So this ought to be a function that we can call to compute camera quadrants from view coordinates, right? Yeah, so A², you'll get a sprite shift for the camera move, and then because your character moved too, along with the camera, then your character gets moved. The reason you get 2 messages is, in the future, I might shift the camera but leave you where you are if, like, the camera pans off to show you something. So you and the camera are technically different components, which could have 2 different positions. Yeah, you get a shift, that's the camera moving, and then your player is moved. And that usually happens after the camera shift. So that's why you get the 2 messages. Exactly. Bounding box class. I could probably move this to its own file, right? Bounding box. There's no reason for it to be in this file. Oh, I might have shifted you so far that you got moved out of range of the camera, and then you got an add to put you back into view. That's possible, because it's a dark zone, so you can only see like 1 square away. So if I moved you 2 squares, technically you're moved outside of your own vision range for an instant. Yep. Okay. Huh. It took me a minute to figure out, like, what that was. Okay, anyway, this is, what are we going to call it? Determine view quadrant. Actually, let's say determine visible quadrants. And then x or view x, view y. And let's just rename this one. That should be an int. All right, documentation time. Determine which quadrants. Okay, actually it's determine. hold on. If view X and view Y are both less than 0, that's the top left. Okay, so it's if they're facing, right, determine which quadrants of a tile are visible. Can't type today. Visible to a camera. There we go. That's all we have to say. View X. This is the relative X coordinate of the tile from the perspective of the camera. I feel like I should do that instead. And then Y is Y. A quadrant mask is returned, indicating which quadrants of the tile are visible to the camera. There we go. View X less than or equal to 0. So that is equal to this. And delete all this, and then that can become a const auto. And same thing here. Done. See ya, playing with skizzers. I'm hungry. Can I have some food too? It happened with a 1-2 shift, which should be in the visible range. Well, then there might be a bug. Password reset form is kind of frustrating on mobile. I'm sorry about that. Couldn't hit the enter key, had to do desktop. Yeah. You're in. I'm glad you're in, but let me put that on the list. And as compensation, let me give you a point. And the thing that you're seeing, a squared, let me put this in. This might be a bug. Oh, how come that didn't capture that? There we go. There we go. Hey there, Backcraft. I'm okay. I've been cleaning up code today, which is called refactoring. But also, I'm also removing old code. That's mostly what I'm doing today. Might not be the most interesting thing, but it's what I'm going to force myself to do. Refactoring, I should say, this means cleaning up the code to make it more readable, and also to make it, well, really it's to make it more readable, right? That's essentially it. I don't have to say anything more than that. No more, I don't need bullets. Make it more readable. Let me take that and put it there. There we go. This is what I'm doing today. It's an important step. It's not the most glamorous thing, but it's basically cleaning up the mess I made. It has to be done. And to make it more reusable? Sure. Sure. So we'll go back to bullet points. There we go. Anything for points. 82 points. Wow, you're creeping up to the point leader. Oh, I should check the renderings test to make sure that didn't break anything there. Okay, good. So the unit test still pass. Like this would go in its own little check-in, right? So this is a refactoring. Extract method. Determine visible quadrants. Done. 32 points, yeah. Got a lot of points. Let's see who the point leader is right now. It's still Nui with 100, and then there's Toulouse, and then Liquidor, Kankamax, Develop It, Clayman, and then A Squared. Then Cthulhu, and Someone 5209 playing with Scissors and Malvex. Doop, doop. Hey there, the Alt F4 stream. How are you doing today? not all of the bugs in the point system are worked out. So for example, if I do points NUI, it says 0, but obviously it's not right. You didn't see yourself on that list? Well, do I want to look through the list? Oh no, there you are. You don't have any points. Assuming then that's you. But yeah, there might be a bug in the point system. Oh, okay. So you're not linked to Twitch, so your in-game character doesn't have those 11 points. You, as a Twitch user, do, but you can't. You have to link them. You have to link your account to Twitch for it to know that it's you. And that doesn't mean you have to. It's just it's only if you want to show up in the list and then redeem your points in-game later. So don't feel any pressure to do that. Only if you want to. Doing good, debugging some weird CDN edge caching issues for Quirk, but outside of that, well, see, that's I can understand a little bit of that. I know CDN is content delivery network, right? And I know that my CDN is CloudFront and S3, but that's about all I know about CDNs. Oh, you linked your account. Let me give you another point then. Then you have 12. And you'll show up there as 12 points. Interesting. You actually you haven't logged in since I had entities in the game, so you don't have an entity yet. So if you do log in, it should put you in the initial position in the world. Yeah, it's been a long time. So if you were to log in now, you would end up in the new initial position, which is between realms right here. On top of like a gazillion other players. In fact, there's so many players sitting there, I don't even want to put my cursor there because it will just stall for a long time. You moved through a door, then got trapped by a slime? Or did you already move? Oh, it doesn't update, that's right. If I refresh though, it'll update. Oh, yeah, you're stuck somewhere. Oh, you got into this, no, that's A squared. You're there. Should I move you to safety? I can move you to the starter town. And good joink. Now you're there. All sorts of things I can do being the GM. Yep, and you can go talk to this guy to get healed. You're a little bit damaged. If you talk to this guy and you say heal, he'll heal you. This guy up here will give you a sword if you ask him if you say sword. Hacks, exactly. I can hack because I'm the GM. God mode activated, exactly. You're making me want to play my game, although there's not much content to play yet. There we are. I want to use my use my powers to teleport me here. There, now I'm here too. Actually, I need to be healed too. So I'm going to talk to him. I'm going to say name and job because that's what you can always ask anybody. And you say, yes, I would like to be healed. Now I'm healed. Goodbye. Name, job, and buy every NPC will respond to. Because that's how it was in the old Ultima games. So this guy, you can say name and job. He's Bob the guard, and you're supposed to guess from keywords and what he says that what you can ask him. Guard, and then he'll say like sewers, and then he'll say sword, and he'll say sure, I'd like a sword. So if you can get a sword if you don't already have one from him that way. Or I can just drop one next to you. Here, have a sword. And you can go pick it up if you want, and I'll just get another one from this guy, because he's an infinite sword generator. There's a little bug there. Sword. Yes, please. Okay, thanks, bye. Yeah, kind of mud style. The Ultima games were like this, where it's... someone was telling me yesterday, it's very cerebral. It's all in your head, mostly. Not all. I said all and then I said mostly. It's mostly in your head. There's a little bit of graphical hint about what's going on, but a lot of the game is going to be story-based or hint, puzzle-based, where you have to be in these dialogues where you have to kind of know what to ask him. So you can't just say sword right away unless you had played the game before or someone told you. You could. There's nothing in the game right now that stops you from asking them stuff. I could program that in, but I don't know if I will. Essentially, your character is a huge state machine of like what's in your inventory, who have you talked to, what quests are you on, that kind of thing. Yeah, someone had done that. Someone had filled up one of the zones in my game with swords, and so I have it programmed in now that if you just leave them on the ground after a few minutes, they disappear. You have 2 of them in your inventory? Well, you know what we can do about that? You only have 2? I can fix that. Wait a minute, it says you have... Wait a minute. Oh no, A squared. We're looking at the wrong character. Oh, you're not logged in anymore. Okay, well, since you're not logged in, we'll give it to Mudribbit instead. He's got 3 inventory slots, right? Well, what if I added 2 nulls there? Aha, now he's got 5 inventory slots. Actually, let me see if that would have worked correctly. So, here I am with 3 inventory slots, right? If I understand my own code correctly, if I go here and I do null, update. Okay, it's not immediate. You have to reload. Look, I have 5 inventory slots now. You know what that means? I can pick up more swords. Yes. Give me those swords. And another one, please. Now I got 3 swords in my inventory too. Will you change all that JSON to icons or something? This in the GM tools, probably I'll enhance it. This was just a first cut. It requires that I manually edit it, but that's just for the GM. That's just for me. There's a lot of unfinished work here. Like, you should be able to mouse over these things and see what they are. The only thing you can really do is drop things and move things around in your inventory like that. All right? Last time you check it only lets you have 1. Yeah, you can fill up your inventory with them now. But if you talk to him and your inventory is full, he will say, looks like you have your hands full at the moment. So the way that works is in the dialogue for... No, not scripts, dialogue for Bob. In the sword state, there are 2 dialogue choice paths for yes. And they have different requirements. The yes has room requires that has room returns true. No room is that not has room. Has room is a script that looks at your inventory and sees if you have a free slot, which is itself another script. Where is that? I can't see it. Wait a minute, is it not in... Oh, maybe I put that in utilities. I probably put it here somewhere. Find free, there we go, find free slot. So it's all Lua stuff, right? So it looks until it finds a null entry in your inventory. So that's kind of built in. You can, depending on what the requirements are, yes, could do something different. So if you have room, it will actually run the give sword script to put one in your inventory. And if you don't, then it not only says something different, but there's no script running. Anyway, I get kind of carried away explaining that stuff. Yeah, Mudribbit, you had to refresh to get your extra slots. All right. What can I do to clean this code up here? This is done an awful lot, right? I should probably button that up somewhere. Oh, it's only done in 2 places. Well, 2 is more than 1, right? 2 is more than 1, so let me pull that out and make it a helper. And give it a name and a comment. So this will be int get tile direction const JSON value tile. And this will just return this. All right. Determine the directions the given tile is facing. this is the tile component to check. Return a bit mask indicating which directions that the tile is facing is returned. So let's play with some ASCII art. So is there a Unicode character for a arrow pointing up and left? Maybe chat can help me with this. Control A and delete cleans it up. Good one, M. Perry. My favorite VIP. How are you doing? There should be a Unicode character for up and left, right? Unicode arrow up and left. We'll find it if no one else finds it for me. You would think that would be something that... There we go. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you for that. I'm just trying to do some ASCII art. That's 1. And then I need the arrow up and right. That's probably on that page I was looking at. Yeah, here it is. And then 4, and then 8. And let's make it look nice. Arrows. You know, we didn't always have nifty arrows in our character sets. Back in my day. Let's just leave that blank. Examples. Up equals 3. Down is 12. Left is 5. Right is 10. So this is where fixed size fonts really come into, really help out. So this is the direction bit mask thing. So if you said face every direction but down and left, it would be 11. And if you're saying face all directions, it's 15. And no directions, it's 0. Nice documentation, don't you think? That's probably the best documentation I've written all week. Now let's use it. Tile direct, that's probably not good enough, so we'll just do that tile. Okay, that was weird. Tile. Thank you, 715209 also for helping me out with the arrow. How come you chose for each bit to represent a diagonal direction? It kind of came out naturally from the design I made for the lighting system. So I had like a really crude diagram for that. If I could find out where it was. Did I start doing it here? No, it was this one, right? Yeah, here we go. So the breaking a tile into quadrants let me come up with a scheme for propagating light and shadows. So this is an example field where the light is the purplish thing in the middle, and these white things are barriers, and the blue is just stuff that light passes through. So it's like mountains and water or something like that, right? So it propagates along these in these directions, right? So to encode which quadrant we're talking about, it made sense for me to number the diagonals, or basically to number the quarter squares inside each tile square. So from that, it just seemed appropriate that like if you wanted something to be shining up, that you'd be lighting the top 2, so 1 plus 2. If you're going left only, it's the left 2. Down, it's the bottom 2. But if you only wanted to light in a diagonal, it would just be lighting only one quadrant. So it's not that it's the only way to do it. It's just what seemed to work out for me. I bet you could come up with a scheme that instead of using the corners, it uses sides instead of corners. It would probably work just as well. But what I'm doing with corners is working well enough for me right now. Yeah. So it's not like I planned it, iGrok. It's kind of like it came out naturally from this crappy drawing that I made, and then how I ended up writing the code. I think if I wanted to make the exact, what do you call it, cardinal directions also come into play, I would need to have more bits, right? I would need to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bits. I'd have to make it an 8-bit number instead of a 4-bit number. It would be like, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. Actually, we would skip the middle, right? Probably. Otherwise, I need 9 bits anyway. Something like that, right? If I wanted to handle all 8 different directions. But for so far from what I wanted to do, it was enough to have 4 bits. Yeah, exactly. You could rotate it. You can think of it rotating 45 degrees, up, right, down, and left instead of up, left, right, down, left. Yeah, exactly. It's just semantics. It fits well in the quadrant scheme where you think about breaking up a square into 4 squares too, though. It's like the one really belongs in the top left, like a corner, not a side. Okay, anyway. I should probably go back to where I used that. Because there was more stuff to work on there, right? Yeah. Actually, this one is fairly okay. Was it the other place? This one? Yeah, this one's a mess. This is a real mess. Hey there, 85 filter. So 85 filter, because your name has a number in it and you've been watching for a really, really long time, it just so happens that your number has been immortalized as the server ID for one of the test suites in my game. Random 85 filter knowledge there. Any OOP? I don't use as much object-oriented programming these days. I'm more into component-oriented design, where I break up my system into different components that have interfaces between them. So, where would I show that? Notes, architecture. So it's this kind of discipline model, whatever, where I don't model everything as objects, but I model subsystems using components with interfaces. And in the entity component system in particular, it's not object-oriented, it's data-driven, it's data-oriented. So I had a note page for that. Where was that? Is that an overview? No. Names? No. It's here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so instead of having everything be a class, I have things split up between components, just data, and then all the logic, a separate set of things called systems that doesn't have any code, so they're like free functions. And then components are tied together to form the semblance of an object through entities. So entity ties together one or more components together, saying that these all belong to the same thing, and they're just different aspects of it. So I wouldn't call it object-oriented programming anymore. I would call it like data-driven design, where you figure out what kinds of data go into different categories of things, and then you loosely associate them. And then you separate the code from the data completely. Whereas object-oriented programming is kind of the opposite. Object-oriented programming says you take the data and the code and you button them up, you squash them together into something called an object. Sounds confusing? Think of it this way. Object-oriented programming means code plus data goes into an object, right? and component. I don't know. I'm there's not even. I'm not going to even attempt to abbreviate it. Component oriented design or data driven design is code and data are separate. Code is context free. So free functions, right? So the code is given the data to work on. The data doesn't inherently have any code in it. And I guess another principle of this is that the data data can be hierarchical. I mean, you can also say that objects can be hierarchical, but you get into weird problems with inheritance because objects have to behave like other objects, and then when you start to mix them, you get weird things. And so I guess you can say objects can... it's not hierarchical so much. Objects can be related. Inheritance. So in component in the design, you don't really have inheritance. The closest you can have is you can have contracts, right? You can say that. Well, I guess. I think I'm muddying the water a bit by saying component-oriented design. Let's say that that's data-driven design. Component-oriented design is components code implements interfaces, contracts, right? Components group together code, one or more interfaces. So that it tends to be the components can form hierarchies. So there are differences in here, right? And there's some similarities, right? Data-driven design and component-oriented design, you have hierarchies. You don't have hierarchies so much in object-oriented programming. It's more that you have different levels of abstraction. So there may be many levels of abstraction, right? So you might have like a thing or object goes to element, which could be a user UI element, which could be a window, right? That's an example. Whereas in the component-oriented design, you would have something like okay, it's mostly in this one, interfaces. You can have a window implements UI element and object, for example. I don't know if I'm doing the best job at explaining this. So like window is a UI element, which is an element, which is an object, whereas in this, a window is just some code that happens to implement these contracts, interfaces. What the hell is Kotlin? That's the language that Google came up with to replace Java and Android. ECS isn't just a React thing though. So my ECS is all in C++ right now. It's not, hasn't have anything to do with React. Got some Chrome issues, if anyone can help. Doesn't sound related to what I'm doing, but okay. What can we help you with? Anyway, this is my take on it. I probably am not explaining it perfectly, but in my mind, object-oriented programming is more about combining code and data together and things being related to each other and having abstraction levels. And component-oriented design is more of like that you have contracts embodied in interfaces, and you implement those contracts, and they can form hierarchies. So you tend to form hierarchies rather than having different levels of abstraction. And then data-driven design is a third thing, which is really just keeping everything separate and context-free, and there are some similarities. So I kind of slip sometimes. I'll call this component and call this data-driven, but yeah. And I don't claim to be an expert in all this stuff. This is just what I've sort of come to an understanding about. Wow, there are a lot of people that I have not greeted in chat yet. Let's see if I can get all of them. I missed a whole bunch of chat. Hey there, Prof Elements. How are you doing? Cockies? Is that how you say your name? Hi. And Valentinafix. And Dota 2 Proj. Should everyone learn C? I don't think so, but hey, I think C is something you would learn if you're going to do embedded programming or working with large libraries or a framework that uses C. But I wouldn't jump into it. I would from scratch. I would jump into something like Python or JavaScript first. And Joker Dan, how are you doing? And the name, how are you? Stop spamming the commands. What are we looking at? JetBrains. Oh, I thought it was Google. So help me understand this, because my understanding is wrong. Kotlin JetBrains. Oh, it was built by JetBrains, but it's adopted by Google for Android. Okay, thank you very much. Teston, you are correct. I'll give you a point for that. So, I misspoke. Kotlin is made by JetBrains, adopted by Google for Android. Google has contributed to it? It could be. But credit is deserved where credit should be given where it's deserved, right? So it's JetBrains. It's a replacement for Java and one, yeah. So that's what, I think that's my understanding of why Google wants it, is they don't want to have to be in court with Oracle so much. They'd rather just have a language that is free from that. All right. Back to this. How much time do I have? Another 15, 20 minutes? This is a mess. I wonder if I should make that its own function. I mean, I'm only going to call it once, but maybe once is enough just to make this clean. And these are different reasons why you might not be able to, or okay, these are actually requirements of what has to be true in order for you to see something in the game. Yeah, I think I'm going to make this a function and then evaluate these and give them names and then combine them. So let's do that. So let's take this. And what do we need? We need components. What context are we in? We're in components implementation. So I'm going to make this at the same scope as is visible. So we'll say bool components impl can see it. It is what? Different components here, like direction and stuff. Okay. Can see tile. Can camera see tile is this stuff. Can see it. And so we need to declare that. Let's go to where this is declared and add it right here. Remove that, and we're done so far. We'll be adding to this shortly. Determine whether or not the given camera can see the tile with the given attributes. An indication of that is returned. That's what we're going to start with, and then we'll work backwards to find what parameters I need. So I need gone. I need the camera. So that's camera. Is it? What type is camera? How come I'm not seeing it? Here we go. What is camera? One of these. Struct camera in, in components. Okay, so that's components camera. Actually, that I should just be able to say camera. Wonder why IntelliSense wasn't helping me with that. And then I don't need camera. It doesn't need to say second all over the place. It can just say camera. And then we need X, Y, and Z, right? And vision entry is what? If that's only used in one place, maybe I'll take some of that logic out. Anyone remember Oracle OpenOffice? I remember OpenOffice. Is that an Oracle product? It's cool it can just swap in Kotlin wherever Java code is. That sounds cool. Don't know too much about it. The last time I worked on Android, they had just announced Kotlin, and so everyone was still using Java. You remember OpenOffice? Hey there, Rantic. I forgot to say hi to you. How are you doing? I have this thing in my stream, and in Perry says I was spamming, but I do like to wave at everybody who chats. Kind of feel like acknowledge that you're part of the community and all that. Hey, yo. Oh, okay, so I could just pull that into where that code is, right? I could just do that. And then that's just camera. Great. So what else do I need? I need components. Yeah, like these other methods, we'll return the outer interface. Need ambient. Wait a minute, is that not present already? It is, so why am I getting us? Oh, hold on. This actually modifies ambient? It shouldn't. Okay, that's a bug. This should be const. That should be const. We're not modifying that. All right, and then I just need tile direction and camera quadrants. Okay, I can compute all of that inside of there. But do I use that elsewhere? I might be. We'll see. We'll see. And get rid of the second. We need the direction, yes. Okay, so here are the parameters we need. And some of these we already have documentation for. Here we go. Actually, do we have in camera? Not exactly. Oh well. This is the camera to test. This is the horizontal coordinate of the tile. Oh wow, screwed that up. And then vertical and then Z. Actually, let's call it zone. Let's give it a name. This is the entity identifier of the zone containing the tile. This is the vertical. This indicates whether or not the tile is for a player who is for, whether or not the tile is marked. I don't want to use the word gone in its own definition. Marked invisible for a special reason, such as for a player who is logged out. There we go. Good enough. Tile direction. Actually, let's just call it direction. This is a bit mask. Actually, let's just search. Well, actually, I don't need to search. I know where that was. That was back here. Or... how come it's down at the bottom of the list now? It was here. I just didn't scroll down enough of it. Here we go. I want to copy this whole thing because I like that little drawing. This is a bit mask indicating which directions the tile is facing. There we go. I wonder how Doxygen would interpret that, though. It might have a fit unless I marked that as a block somehow, and I don't know how to do that. I'll just leave it. I'll deal with it later. Okay. Go to definition. Okay, so all of that's buttoned up in there. Can see it equals. So let's just call it components camera second XYZ gone tile direction. I just realized I changed the name in one place but not the other. Let's break it up like that. That should be direction zone to match what I had in the header. Okay, and then let me fix this. It's direction. Cool. All right. Now, what can I delete here that I probably am not using that. Am I using view x vy? I am. What about camera quadrants? I am not. So I could probably get that to compile. It is much more dangerous, Rhyolite. Oh, I got logged out due to inactivity. Hold on. It's safe enough above town here. Hey there, Rhyolite. Would you like a sword? Here, I'll drop a sword for you. Yeah, you need that sword when you go down in the dungeon here. So you saw last time we were here, it's now dark in the dungeon. There's this bug where these torches don't work. And I fixed that in the test build, but not in the, haven't deployed it yet. Once you have a sword though, if you hit the Q, like Q and then up arrow, or you can hit Q and click, you can attack. And you can make short work of those slimes. When you get back down into here though, it gets a little dangerous. Not only will these guys attack you, but they'll pursue you. Let's get in Prof Elements. Yeah, kick that guy. When you get back to into the back here, it gets really dangerous. Oh, I'm gonna get killed. Run away. Or you draw the aggro. There we go. You can have the money. Back here though, it's really dangerous. These guys will one-shot you. I don't want to get anywhere near them. Good thing that they only pursue you up to there though. He will not step past that point. He kind of growls at you, but then does not pursue, which is a good thing because he would one-shot you. Killed a slime in a wall and walked onto its gold. Oh yeah, did you see the secret wall? I noticed that this morning the slime exposes where the secret wall is. It's right above this torch. Oh, go away. Yeah. There's a secret room back here. Yeah, and if you put gold on there, it actually exposes it, right? I mean, I guess, would you call it a feature or a bug? I don't know. I can see players dropping gold pieces to mark places like that. Yeah, that's on purpose. That's supposed to be a secret illusionary wall. Thanks for that follow, by the way. Increased light radius would be OP. Yeah, this is supposed to be a dark area. The torches are supposed to work, though. The torches are not working because of the bug. That will be fixed soon, and there are no quests yet. I'm still working on the underlying engine. So a lot of the things are missing, like proper inventory, equipment, vendors, quests, that kind of thing. We'll get there, though. We'll get there soon enough. Okay, I think I'm going to wrap this up soon. We can at least read this and understand what's going on. I don't really like that we have so many arguments, though. I wonder if we could form a structure representing the thing that we're working on and just have this be something that operates on that structure. You can see the attack effect without line of sight. Yeah, that's a bug. That you can see particle effects that should be obscured is a bug right now. Yeah. Take advantage of that bug. You can see people who are in combat out of range of you. I think this ought to be its own function. Like report tile changed or something. Report update sprite or something like that. Is that the only place where we do this? Yeah, and then what does it need? It's extracting, it's actually using a lot of stuff, isn't it? I kind of feel like a lot of these variables that are in common, like this, instead of having them separate variables, we should have like a working structure and just pass that structure to all these methods. Same thing with here, right? Why not have like a working structure of variables we're working with? Like a rendering context or something like that. Or rendering tile context. Kind of feel like making that. But I'm not sure exactly how I would do that right now. Let me clean this up first, because I meant to do this, right? I wanted to split these into different things and give them names. So this part here is what? This is that the tile, right? Yeah, almost 4 hours, Nui. That's right. All right. I want to give these names so that's easier to read. But what is this concept? This is each of these clauses is a requirement. They all have to be true in order for us to be able to see a tile. What is this saying? That it is not invisible. Basically, right? Not invisible. Not invisible means it's either not gone or it's a GM camera, because the GM camera can see gone tiles. Okay, so that's one clause. And this one, that's same zone. So let's give that a name. Actually, I can say auto, right? You figure out that it's Boolean. This is same zone. And then what does this mean? That Actually, these are two different things, aren't they? This means that that we have a vision entry in the camera. That means the camera it's in the camera's vision range, or line of sight. That's what it means. Const auto has line of sight. Is that? And then there's really no reason to have that multiple levels, right? So I can pull those out. And then this is sort of its own thing. That's if the tile is visible. I can just leave it. And this one is what? Oh, that it's facing the right direction. Shouldn't that be part of this? I think that should be part of this. That should be up here. And that, or that. There we go. We fixed it. Does the client know about all online players at once, all at the same time? No, it doesn't. You know, the only thing that the clients are aware of is what the server tells them to draw. The exception is for the game master. So the game master is given an entire list of all the players, even the ones that aren't logged in. But that's so that I can see where they would be if they're logged in. A normal player doesn't see that. So let me go back here. Just don't want to show private info by mistake. So right now, literally the only thing that the front end knows are to draw these things here, and if there's a chat message, sure. But when I move into range of another player, if I can find another player, there's prop elements, right? The front end is only told draw a tile here that looks like the Axeman, give it the label prop elements. So as far as the client knows, that might not even be another player. That might be a monster. So it's literally just what the rendering system says to draw. There's no concept of that is a player. Even like if I could say attack, the front end doesn't know that there's nothing to attack. The back end has to check to see, is there a monster standing there? No, it's just prop elements. And I should probably help him in the combat here. Die. There we go. We did it. So yeah, the front end is very dumb, and that's because I didn't want people to cheat. So the front end is really just a rendering what the game systems say to render, and they're not told where the other players are. But that was no problem for use. That was a request in the game. That by the way, hello, and I'll give you a point for asking. That was a request in the game to, like in World of Warcraft, you can, in the console here, you could say like who's playing, like who, and it would list all the players in the zone you're in. There has been that request to do that. So that might go in at some point. I think it would be more like the server would probably filter. It would just say who's near you or who you should be able to see, because there might be zones in the game for things like player versus player where it would be disadvantageous to the other players if they knew you were around them, right? So, yeah. Okay, so hopefully this is easier to read now. You can see it if it's not invisible. It's in the same zone, in the line of sight, and it's visible. Right? We can read, and if you wanted to know, like, what are the nitty-gritty details about not invisible, means it's not gone, and the direction mask matches, or you're the admin camera. And maybe I should put that first, because that short circuits it, right? No need to do the bit mask check if you're the admin camera. All right. Thank you for that follow, by the way. How come this has got a red squiggly under it? It's incompatible. Why is it incompatible? Why is it not like that? Maybe it's an IntelliSense problem. The compiler is the final authority. Yep, the compiler said it's fine, so yeah, IntelliSense was just needed to catch up. Let's run the tests again. Thank you for that follow again. Where are my rendering tests? Oh, they're right here. I'm just blind. Okay. Yeah, they are here. Is that right? That's the coordinator, but I also wanted to run the ECS rendering tests. Cool. All right. So I guess this is the last thing I'll do today. I will actually run it in the test environment. And I guess I'm just checking to see that nothing broke. Nothing is broken. So we'll log into that now. I started that too quickly. Oh, it hasn't yet synchronized. There it goes. It's caught up with cluster means it's synchronized, so then now I can reload. Yeah. It's a very important step, A squared. Make sure nothing broke. So, let's see. These players still around? And show ghosts. So I haven't pushed this into production either, but I'm like, it was super, not annoying, but super cluttered in the display to show where everyone is even when they're not logged in. So the default is going to be, I only see them if I click that. And I guess I'm now logging, I need to log in as a incognito window. See if that's working. Log in, remember me. Add another show ghost toggle on that page too. That's probably a good idea. That's on this, what screen was I on at the time? Oh, because I went to here. Yeah, maybe it belongs underneath here or something instead. I don't know. I'll consider it. Point. For what it's... Log. Go to today's stream and put it in the list. All right. Testing to make sure nothing broke. So those directional only tiles are viewed from the right. How come that's popping in there? Oh, we're seeing around this corner. That's what it is. So I can still see over that bridge, right? And I can't see the barrier from... I can't see the light from the wrong side. See that? It's a directional tile. Let's flip these two, actually. So that if I picked that tile and took away the directionality to it, update, now it's visible on both sides. And then I put it back to direction 3. Now it's up only. And then another thing I can test, I can stand here and then I can move this bridge, so to speak. So now it's not visible, and now it's visible again. Cool, nothing's broken. It's always good when you find out nothing's broken. Yeah, directional tiles not only are working, but I also put in these little hints for the GM camera to show which direction they're facing. And this is a little test here, right? These two are only visible from to the right. Or actually, I'll also have it if you're in line, if you're right next to it, you can see it. If you're in the same line, it's if you're to the left, it's invisible. That's what that means. And this is it. These two are the other direction, right? But also, the more important one is that this light is like only on one side of the wall. So that if I moved that character over here, I don't see a light on that wall. But if I move him here, now I do see a light. So that was important to me because I wanted to have torches that show up on only one side of the wall at a time. Those directional tiles that disappear are trippy. Yeah, I mean that's just for testing. I don't know what real game functionality it'll have, other than like things that are on top of walls should only appear on the correct side of the wall. So like if there's an enclosed room and there's a torch on the inside of the wall, you don't want to see it from the outside. You love the Spark programmer art? Yeah. I had to draw something. Adam art? Yeah, I'm not an artist. Okay, let me make sure I checked everything in, and then I need to go take a break and eat something. I didn't check everything in. Oh, right, I extracted some methods. Can camera see tile? Okay, so refactoring. Extract method can camera seat tile. And then this one was extracting another method, right? Get tile direction. Oh, also, give names to various conditions inside of camera seed tile to make the code easier to understand. All right. I need to stage them before I can commit them. And push them. Yay! All right. Well, I don't know what I'm working on tomorrow. If I don't figure it out, then probably more refactoring. I should probably make a list of what are the things that are blocking me from making game content and work on those first. Before it was really the security stuff. So a lot of the security stuff is handled now. Players that I haven't checked to make sure if they are trolling me or not, their names are not shown here. And they're not allowed to chat. And we have some we had some extra stuff in here that I made. Where was it? The authentications, the two-factor authentication, and then the fact that you can log in with Twitch. Those were all blocking me from doing game content. So now those are done. What's blocking me? I need to think about that and make a list and work on those next, I think. Deploy the lighting? Yeah, I need to deploy the code to fix the torches, definitely. Yeah, so I think I'm going to work on coming up with a list of what's blocking me from making game content. And if nothing's blocking me, maybe I go back into writing more of the story here. There's some things missing here. When you first log in, there should be a dialogue that pops up right away when you first start that explains what the heck is going on. It should say something like, you don't remember who you are or where you came from. You seem to be in a hallway with many different doors. They all seem closed except for one of them. What will you do? You know, and then then you walk over to the door, you enter it, and as soon as you go through this teleporter up here, it'll yank you over to this zone. We need to do something about these slimes being in the way at the beginning. You need to figure out how to corral them somewhere. They shouldn't be like right where you appear. There should be like a sequence at the beginning here where it kind of explains oh, you popped into a hallway. You don't know, you look around and the door is gone, and it's some kind of tutorial phase where it runs you through how you get an item, how you attack or talk or use or whatever it is, and then the idea of these slimes here is that there should be an easy to knock over obstacle to get you out of the dungeon at first, to get you to the starter town, right? And then once there, maybe you're greeted by an NPC who explains what's going on. So maybe I need to work on that stuff next. The slimes are not OP. Oh, maybe the amount of damage they do? They're really easy to kill though. Maybe are you saying when they manage to hit you, they do a lot of damage? Yeah. You have issues with your sword sometimes. So the combat numbers aren't tweaked at all. The slime shouldn't be able to kill you. Well, if you're AFK, just like in any kind of RPG, if you're just sitting there AFK, you can get killed. Yeah. Could put a friendly NPC that kill. Oh, that's a nice idea. I like that, Postal Rat. So let the slimes wander over here, but as soon as they get within aggro range of some kind of NPC, the NPC kind of walks over and slaughters them. I like that idea a lot. Let me give you a point for that. So that might be something to work on. A friendly NPC that actually engages in combat with the unfriendly NPCs. I like that. Maybe that's what I work on next. Like a guardsman, yeah. And maybe he's down in there for some reason, and he guides you out, maybe? Maybe you're supposed to follow him. And if you go the wrong way, he tells you to stop or something like that. And if you keep going, if you insist on keeping going, he'll just leave you, and then you get killed by the denizens further in here if you want. Something like that, yeah. But as always, I'm open to ideas. So that was a great idea, Postal Rat. Any more ideas, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to go with my own ideas. You should make some sort of access restrictions based on direction or type of tile. So NPCs players can't go through certain tiles. Yeah, I had tried to do that, but kind of failed at that in my first attempt. So that was, I had done back here in the test realm. This one marked green has an access flag saying it can only be accessed if you have bit 3, an 8 turned on. So that's measured against an entity's capabilities. So this orc has capability 1, which it doesn't intersect with 8 binary, so he can't step on that tile. Problem is neither can a player. Also, it doesn't matter about direction. So I like that idea that we can have direction-based restrictions. So let me give you a point for that. Take that, mark that down. Yeah, I need to have some of that because I noticed I'm not able to corral these monsters in the correct areas. They kind of wander around. I was playing around with max wander range, and it has some funny corners where they get stuck. That doesn't make sense. But thank you for the follow, by the way. So yeah. Anyway, that's about it for me. I'm running out of energy quickly. I'll need to raid someone and take a break. Controlling people or NPCs is important. Yeah, especially when they're first starting out in the game, right? And they don't know how to play. They need to be guided, I think. Hey, they're playing with Skizzers. I hope you had a good lunch. I'm going to go eat my lunch now. So, yeah, tomorrow I hope to work on... Let's make the goal for tomorrow be to add a friendly NPC that slays the enemies in the sewers for us. Like, let me write that down. That'll be something to look forward to tomorrow. 2019-10-08 would be stream 0263. Maybe I should make this a habit that at the end of every stream I plan the next stream. What are we going to call him? What's a good name for him? Looking for inspiration from other names. Names are hard. Unnamed guard. Well, let's not title the stream yet. Let me grab this plan thing, hit paste, formatting, wipe that out, and then... Okay, unnamed guard NPC who will guide new players out of the sewers at the beginning. Okay. I know it's zoomed in. Hold on, let me fix that. Fixed. So, adding NPC guide. There we go. What's above the sewer? The main, the starter town also doesn't have a name. This area is above the sewers, so it's kind of empty right now. It's got a bunch of rooms you can't go into. It's just got 2 NPCs that kind of wander around aimlessly. They don't really have any good logic. One heals you, the other one gives you a sword, so that needs to be developed too. But it is a safe area. There are no NPCs get up in here, and none of them spawn here, so I wanted to have that at the very beginning, that there's initially a safe area you can go to, but there's also a challenge area where you can do combat, you can explore a bit, and that kind of thing. Yet to be named guard, yes. Yet to be named guard. Exactly, Nui. You have 101 points, not just 1. I need to fix the point system again. I thought I fixed it, but the problem is half migrated accounts have 2 different point totals. A crude zone connection map would be neat, especially if you have hints that a zone may have multiple exits. You mean for normal players? You think 103 actually? It could be, yeah. What does this say? Oh, you're not linked to Twitch anymore somehow. Yeah, the link got broken. So if the bot says 1 and then your character has 100, that means you have 101. I gave you 1 or 2 before it reset again? Well, I can fix that. There's 2 more. Starter town sewer sort of thing. So do you mean like normal player or for the GM? Because I do want to expand that a bit. This little rotating red square tells me that it's a trigger of some kind. And I have this button that says like where it goes to. But it's very manual right now. I would like to have a thing that says go to destination. And maybe even mark it specially that I know it's a teleporter and not some other kind of trigger. So that, if I had that and let's say I clicked it and it brought me to that other place, that might be enough for me to see that those 2 tiles are essentially linked together, because I would click one and I would go here and then I would click there and it would send me back. I do have them spatially arranged on top of each other XY coordinate wise. But if you mean like for the player to show them that they're connected, I'm not exactly sure how I would do that unless there was some kind of mini map. Or maybe you know, I could do it with in-game stuff. There could be a sign. There could be a sign at the sewer saying, like, up here, or maybe outside the gate that says danger, you know, sewer, dangerous labyrinth or something like that. I don't know. Normal players, they wouldn't mark transports area. It'd just be a log that the sewers... A log. You mean like when you step on it, it would put something in chat saying you walked down the stairs and now you're in a new area? More like meta knowledge for the player. Interesting. One-time usage key that lets you through the safe entrance. That's all you have to do to get points, is to say that I didn't give you points? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the points aren't worth much right now. It's mostly just stream participation. Huh. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I've seen games where when you step through a portal, it tells you in chat a little bit about what happened, so it's not jarring. It could say, you step down the stairs and enter a musty sewer, or whatever. It could say that maybe just the first time, or on a cooldown, or maybe it would say it every time. You owe me 30 points for being the MVP at VIP. How many points do you have now? You have no points, but how many points do you have in game? I don't think you have an account in game. You don't have any points? Oh, did you log in and fix it? Oh, you did. You have it. You fixed it. Nice. So all you needed to do is log in. So it means my migration step just required you to log in. Interesting. I didn't want to require a login though to fix it, so I do still want to fix that. You don't have an account and you don't have points? Well, I can fix that. There you go. Here's 5 points. Can dole them out. Yeah, if you didn't have any, I mean, you should have some. If you participate in chat, why not, right? Probably still need to link Nui to get those 3 floating points. Yeah, probably. Either that or they're gone forever. Let me make a note. Make sure Nui didn't lose those 3 points. Bot and game both say 100, but Nui had 3 out of game points before logging in. I might have to fix that up. Fix the account thing? Oh, there you go. And it is in Perry, so we can trust you. And how come the points don't show up? Probably because that needed to a refresh. Well, that's weird. Oh, I never tested that scenario where you're given points and then you create a character through the login with Twitch feature. Okay, so let me fix that. And now I need to write down this bug. Bug. A player who gets points out of game and then creates an account via login with Twitch will lose all their points. Eek! Yeah, I was going to give you 103. That you have 3 points that somehow got broken or lost. Found a bug, yeah. Yeah, so those two are probably bugs. We find bugs all the time on this stream, don't we? Okay, anyway. We'll work on that tomorrow. So let me finish the plan for tomorrow. Yet to be named guard. That should have dashes, right? Who guides new players out of the sewers at the beginning. I think that's good enough plan for now, and I'll just elaborate on it later. Cool. Oh, there's furious combat going on in these sewers. Oh, you don't have a weapon. Oh, let's heal you. Hold on. Heal and parry. You're healed again. Oh, did you already teleport out? You're down there. You can escape now. Escape. Go up the stairs. Don't worry. It's safe. I promise. Yeah, but when I it should figure that out, Dewey. That oh, did you? Yeah, but you had your account linked previously. That's what happened, right? So yours is a different bug. Yeah. There he is. Yeah, okay, I think I'm done for the day. Watch and Perry wander around while I find someone to raid. Yeah, I hate to go. There's all sorts of good feedback I'm getting right now, but I am really super tired and hungry. So my apologies that I have to run. Let's go raid Tim Badette, because he was in the channel earlier participating. He's a great guy. He's making his own game engine in C++. And hit the wrong button there. Alright, there we go. Hit the correct button. So we're going to go raid him. Yeah, please feel free to use the Discord. It's pretty low traffic right now, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. If you have any questions later, you can always ask me in Discord or see me tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow, I think. Hopefully. Yeah, thanks. Alt F4 stream. By the way, you should check out Alt F4 stream as well. I get a little bit confused because there are, what, 3 of you now? There's Black Glasses and I don't want to misspeak, so I'm just going to say 2 other friends in there whose names I had not yet memorized, but the Alt F4 stream has a variety of things going on, including coding, so you should check it out sometime. Okay, got distracted. I needed to type in that name. There we go. I can only do one thing at a time. Despite all my efforts to do more than one thing at a time, I cannot do more than one thing. You know there's a secret room, but there's nothing special in it? No, nothing special in it yet. Just a statue. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed Tim's stream, and I will see you back here tomorrow, I hope. All right, take care. Bye.